if there are things that need to be tidied up. So people will be people, and we definitely do want to hear about it if people are seeing things that are genuinely not being done correctly, which I would hope would be few and far between, if at all. But even if there's a perception that they're not being done correctly, so that we can address that perception with some facts and some information to reassure people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Morena anō, Lieutenant Colonel. I do have one question, and that is, have there been any of our returnees escape from the isolated managed facilities so far to date here in Rotorua?
I've seen no evidence of anyone escaping from an isolation facility, including in Auckland in 14 weeks with 15,000 people.
Thank you very much. Were there any other questions? Yes, Your Worship.
Sorry, she said questions, but thank you also for considering that we're going to school holidays, and we know mai haere mai ki Rotorua, and the assurance that we have adequate beds for people to come to stay, and that these facilities are totally for quarantine.
Yes, and that's, thank you, Your Worship. And I'd like to make the point that we in no way want to have any isolation facility that's co-shared by anybody else. It's an isolation facility. We know it takes up hotel beds, which is unfortunate, but as the Prime Minister, I think, alluded to yesterday, that there needs to be a certain level of accommodation that means they can stay in a bubble and have access to a bathroom and a bed and all that sort of thing.
Well, thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel. That concludes the presentation from you this morning. And look, I just, as the Chair of the Operations and Monitoring Committee, want to really thank you on behalf of the wider Council for coming to us this morning and giving us not only the facts, but also a bit of background behind the hard work that you and the team are doing to keep our community safe. And can I just acknowledge not only the work that you're doing, but the work of our local hoteliers and moteliers that are doing their part, and all of the employees behind the scenes that are helping to keep our community safe, and also look after our Kiwis that are returning home. So thank you very much. And I must say, I even had a call from a very well-known local tourism operator who was actually asking, how can we show our manaakitanga here in Rotorua, and the fact that there are businesses and locals out there who are wanting to give gift packs for them, you know, care packages, to ensure that they do feel welcome here in Rotorua while they complete their period of isolation. So thank you once again for showing that value of manaakitanga to our Kiwis that are returning home. Thank you very much. Excellent. Well, that brings us to our CCO operational updates for the third quarter from January to March 2020. Our first one is the Rotorua Airport. So I'd like to invite Mark Gibb up to speak to. I'm just having a little look, Mark, and it doesn't seem as if we've been able to get the presentation up. I'll just give them 1 minute to see if they can. No? Okay. Look. Deepest apologies, we're having technical issues this morning. I hope you don't mind if you just speak to the presentation. We'll do our best to imagine the information that would have been up on there. So thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce, for those that sorry haven't met, the chairman of Rotorua Airport Limited, Peter Stubbs. But Peter would just like to say a few words before I kick into the presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Madam Chair, Your Worship, councillors and representatives, Morena. I'd just like to make some preliminary comments if I could. I wanted to start by thanking the Council for the leadership that it's demonstrated during this crisis. I wanted to thank Councillor Kai Fong for being a very effective sounding board for us CCOs. I wanted to thank Thomas Colley for his willingness to support our Audit and Risk Subcommittee over financial matters. I also wanted to thank the Mayor and the Chief Executive. Mark will update you on the Airways matter to the extent that he's legally able to do that. But it's fair to say that we could not have asked for more support than we received from the Mayor and the Chief Executive on this matter. And we know from Airways that they regard the Mayor in particular as having been particularly influential. I also wanted to take the opportunity publicly to thank my board colleagues. I totaled it up last night, and between subcommittee meetings and full board meetings, we've met over 20 times since the end of March. And one of the first responses that we initiated was to set up some board subcommittees to offer support from Mark in the areas of recovery, air links, general aviation and the terminal. And then I also wanted to thank the staff of the airport who've worked unceasingly in terms of getting stuff done and keeping things open. But finally, and perhaps most importantly, I wanted to offer my public thanks to Mark. For those of you, I'm sure all of you know that in times of crisis, character is revealed. And I wanted to thank Mark publicly for his exceptional leadership during the course of this crisis. So, Madam Chair, those were all my preliminary comments, and I'll leave it now to Mark to carry on with his report.
Thank you very much, Peter. Look, I would ask that the presentation that I've pulled together gets circulated post the meeting if I could, and the reason for that is we've got some wonderful imagery that has been pulled together reflecting the terminal redevelopment and the opening of Terrace Kitchen, together with a number of other elements of it that I just love for you to see and to share in. So I'll have to take a slightly different tact with my presentation, but I'll do as much as I possibly can to bring it to life for you. So there's 5 key areas I wanted to touch on. Firstly was just a snapshot in and around the performance of the business through to the end of March, and giving you a feel for how that looks through to the end of June. And it'd be fair to say that there is a significant impact that we will feel as a business resulting from COVID. Then to touch on some of the commercial activity we've been involved with, operational activity, works and a general strategy that we look to deploy through COVID, and finally just touching on some digital platforms that we've recently stood up that I'd just like you to reference into the future. So look, without getting into too much detail in and around the financial side of it, the position as at the end of March was very favourable. Given the COVID impact hit the business in around the second week of March, we had built a fair buffer in advance of that. So we were tracking ahead in terms of passenger numbers, in terms of aircraft movements and in terms of financial performance. And unfortunately, we were looking as though we were moving towards having our best year for the last 11 years in terms of general passenger throughput for the airport, which would have been around 285,000 people. So it was a significant step up for the year before, and certainly year on year for the last 10 years. Looking forward though, the impact is real for us. In the sense that there will be a significant financial impact, and for us as it sits today, the projection is a negative slide of around $630,000 on budget, and contextually in terms of passenger movements, a reduction of around 60,000 movements. And to put some context on that, in March we had a projection to run through around 27,000 people through the airport. With the bite of COVID that came down to 15. Into April, we had a projection to run through around 28,000 people. We moved 4, and they were fundamentally people getting on medical flights. And then into May, we started to see a build back. And into June, July, we're sitting at around about 65% of a month-on-month equivalent for the year before. So the great thing from a city perspective is domestic tourism has come back quickly. It's ahead of projection in terms of what we saw to come through the airport, and the numbers are looking very solid over the school holidays and out beyond it. The aviation system per se is really struggling with COVID, and I say that from the point of view that a lot of the pilots through Air New Zealand and Air New Zealand's broader operational framework was stood down very quickly and significantly through COVID. A lot of the pilots were placed on leave. They lost certification. So with the speed and recovery of domestic travel, Air New Zealand has struggled to a degree to actually fill the demand gap. But certainly from the end of this month, we seem to be moving back into a point of equilibrium. In terms of non-financial KPIs, again, we've been consistent in the sense we've had no substantive or significant safety incidents on airports, and we've had no impacts in terms of injuries for the broader team. I'd just like to move through to commercial activity, and I'll very quickly touch on the key items that we've been working on. So first off is the terminal redevelopment. When COVID bit and we moved to alert level 4, we were within 4 days of completing the project. Unbelievably. So we had to completely downscale everything, lock the site down. Through the process of COVID, the construction team are not deemed to be essential workers. So through dropping back down to alert level 1, in fact at alert level 2, the team came back on site and the project is now ostensibly complete. We're really into the final detailing. And I would really invite anyone that hasn't had the chance to pop out and have a look at what has been delivered. We're exceptionally pleased with it. The last key element to that was the opening of Terrace Kitchen on Tuesday. And at one point, we had a queue of around 30 people lined up to grab a coffee. So it's gone phenomenally well. The feedback has been fantastic. The general view is it really encapsulates and represents what Rotorua is all about from an akitanga, from an F&B perspective. And we really believe that will be quite an iconic cornerstone of what the airport has to offer into the future. So please pop out, grab a coffee and enjoy the experience. The master plan. So over the period of COVID, I had a call, I think, from JP at some ungodly hour over a week and saying we've got an opportunity for to put an application through CIP. And over the period of 3 weeks, applications were pulled together for precincts A and B. Which were really a build on a lot of the work that we had done to date in and around conceptualising what they were and backing in a financial model to deliver them. As at yesterday, the advice we've had is they haven't made the final cut, but the critically important thing here is it's enabled us to continue to advance those projects to a point in which, as a company, we have the framework of a financial strategy that's been pulled together to capitalise and drive and deliver those projects going forward. And they have been never more important than the time we sit in today, in which the airports need to have a reliance on non-aeronautical income to get through periods such as we've got through is critically important. And rental income that's strong, consistent with highly covenanted tenants is critically important. So going forward, the fact that the CIP applications may not have been successful is merely a blip in the process. We drop back into the baseline strategy, which is really around working with council and potentially looking at other funding sources to go forward and deliver those projects. So the strategy has not changed. In terms of the airport roundabout, so again, we've made very good progress with NZTA and Stantec, their consultants, over the last few months. And again, with the announcement yesterday, which is wonderful for the city, they may have stopped slightly short of the airport roundabout, unfortunately. So we'll do our best to see if we can sort of creep that down Tanai Road. But again, the issue here is the roundabout. It's not just an airport roundabout. It does serve Eastgate and serves Whanganui Block in terms of industrial development. So again, our strategy remains that we'll be working hard with all stakeholders to try and bring this to fruition and into the short to medium term, as it's critically important for us and the broader development of industrial on the east side. Airport car park and forecourt. So we've completed a phase of work in there to yield another 60-odd car parks through remarking. Bilingual signage. Again, for those that have been through the terminal, we've run a process of flipping into bilingual signage right across the terminal. We're running that through other buildings, and the renaming of the terminal and segueing into renaming of key places and roads in the airport will all follow that general flavour. So we've been working with Mana Whenua and a series of others in around getting guidance on how we best attack this. So that's a continual work on for the airport on many levels. The business hub, so as part of the redevelopment, we have built a business hub. We're just in the final phases of dressing that facility out at the moment, and that will be looking to open in coming months. It'll be a wonderful facility for the city and for business people and others to use, and we're just in the final phases of locking down a process for signing up registration and getting entry to that facility. Terminal renaming, we're looking to formally open the terminal around September this year. NZ Air Force are looking to hold a significant exercise in the city over September, and we're looking to utilise their presence at the airport. And there has been a long history of association with the airport pilots, mana whenua, from here, and you'll see that with the connection with the airmen at the airport. So all this comes together in a wonderful way to actually try and utilise the presence of the NZ Air Force, which will have around 60 to 70 staff here for a week and a bit, together with a number of aircraft and other vehicles to try and dovetail that into what will be a wonderful opening event for the airport. And the last is a statement of intent, so you'll be pleased to know that that was sent and dispatched and received by Council on time. So just to track through, so the next few slides I'd had in my presentation tried to bring the airport to life in terms of a lot of imagery, but I will step over that and just cover off a couple of key operational matters. So the first of those was our safety management system. So that's something the airport's been working on for over 2.5 years now in terms of certification of the airport through what we call an SMS, safety management system, which is a critical component of our ability to operate into the future. So through our utilisation of Zoom over the period of the shutdown, we spent 2 days through an audit, unbelievably, with CAA actually auditing the airport, our systems, and managing to achieve it at the end of May. So that was fantastic because we did not want to let the progress slow down that we'd built to get that across the line. So that certification is now in place, and it's a wonderful accolade to the team that's managed to work through that in very difficult conditions. We've acquired around about 4 hectares of land at the southern end of the airport for a reservoir runoff. So you will see works on that area over the summer in terms of tidying up some of those areas. And what it's required for effectively is, from an international standard, best practice is a 240-metre runoff on the end of a runway if an aircraft overshot. So there will be some modifications to the fencing and the way that we sort of operate from the end of the runway through to Lee Road. And the last was airways. So there's been a lot of, I suppose, media in and around airways. As we sit today, without wanting you to feel as though I'm trying to sidestep the topic, we are engaged in a process of arbitration, and the process of arbitration, in essence, is a confidential process between the parties, being the airport and airways. And so I can't comment on the detail of the arbitration, nor on the basis of the timing around it. But what I would say is it is by no means over that air traffic will go. And in parallel with the arbitration process, we are working to continue to negotiate with Airways in and around the future retention of the service within Rotorua. And why that's critically important is Rotorua, from an aviation landscape perspective, is complex. We have 3 aerodromes within 5 nautical miles, being the airport, the lakefront and the hospital, and all of those work in unison. And the analogy I've used for people is the best way to sort of think this through is it's a bit like going through Linmore Junction with the traffic lights not working if we lose ATC. So it does rely on what people see and what people hear, but there's no one orchestrating the movements. And it's a bit like that from an air traffic perspective. If you don't have someone orchestrating the movements, it does bring with it risk. And it also brings with it a decrease in the volume the system can actually manage, because there needs to be separation to create safety. And that's the scenario for the city. If we don't have it, potentially the volume of traffic we can move, the frequency of movements, and the safety of people operating within the system all could be impacted on. And if we look at our future growth trajectory around what we want to achieve as an airport and as a city, and jet traffic, future connections, all are critically important to us, ATC underpins our ability to deliver those into the future. So that's why we're continuing to fight the fight for it, and we simply won't relent until the process is over, whether that be through arbitration or through negotiation. But I'm very happy to take, or we are both happy to take questions on that. But please respect the fact that we are fairly limited around what we can say. And just moving to the back end of it, so through the period of COVID-19 and the escalation, the key thing here is the airport stayed open. We stayed operational through COVID 24/7 basically. So over that period of time, we received medical flights from Starship, through acute medical cases, through to Air Force flights, repatriating people, through to other general aviation movements. So every day there were aircraft actually coming and going from the airport. So the team did a great job in terms of actually running it through. We had to operate under fairly difficult circumstances in which we had to sort of deal with separation. And when you've got people jumping into fire trucks and other emergency vehicles, it makes for challenges at times. So we managed to get through it. And off the back of that, we managed to deliver the thick end of our maintenance plan for 2020. So we're fortunate within the fire service guys themselves to have a very nimble and able bunch of people that can multitask. So they simply did a whole lot of other stuff that was non-core to aviation over that period of time. So whether it be refencing, painting, a whole series of other activities. So we knocked off around about 40 specific items and saved an awful lot of money from otherwise outsourcing that activity and kept people gainfully employed. So that was really positive for us. And critical within that is we completed around about 8,000 linear metres or 8 kilometres of actually joint sealing and crack works on the runway. So our runway program was completed given the fact that we had low touch and aircraft movements. So yeah, look, in overall terms, for us as a business, it worked well, and everything was held together very well through it. As a bit of a segue to that, we did proactively step forward and set up recovery groups. So they were really focused in and around what the company could do to accelerate out the back end of COVID, and I'm certainly happy to touch on those, or Peter is at the back end of the presentation through Q&A. So in the last point, it was just through digital communication. So you will have seen, or anyone that has seen, that we have stood up a new website in recent times. So that's got some really good information in and around what we have on the go at the present time. We've also updated our LinkedIn profile, Facebook communications, and we published our first magazine, Harimai, which came out over summer, and the next publication of that will happen around the time of the terminal opening. So again, please have a look at any of those digital portals. They're updated pretty much on a daily basis with information and goings-on within the airport community. So that's the basis of a slightly adjusted presentation, but we'd be very happy to take any questions.
And thank you very much, Mark. And Peter, I'd like to welcome you as well, and thank you for actually providing that background on the hard work that Mark's done for us in our community in the airport. It certainly hasn't been unnoticed, and we thank you once again for a great presentation. And for councillors, we will have the presentation loaded to Stella because it is a beautiful refurbishment, and Councillor Wang's done a great job on sharing it around social media, so many of us have seen it already. But I'll open the floor to questions, and we'll start with Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Peter and Mark, for the presentation. My question was just around, and congratulations on securing the additional RESA to the south. When that's officially gazetted or whatever, does that have any implications for the height limitations or height restrictions to the south on the approach track? And also, just while you're answering that one, how does our runway now stack up in terms of overall length of runways across New Zealand? So the gazettal has just been completed. So the basis of the gazettal is ostensibly the land has been acquired for airport purposes. So
pardon me, for the purpose in which we've indicated being runoff and general airport operations, that's the purpose that's been noted through that through that process. In terms of the runway itself, we have the third longest runway, stand to be corrected, at 2.35 kilometres within the country. A lot of runways, though, the difference between our runway and a number of the international runways is we run a width of around 30 metres. And you'll see within the runway have some very noticeably marked out side stripes on it, which are there from a safety guidance point of view. Auckland, Christchurch, Wellington, I'm pretty sure run 50 metres in width, so they have the ability to take wider and larger aircraft. And they have a different pavement profile also that means they can take heavier traffic from a landings point of view. So we're fortunate to have a very long runway. It's not the widest, but it's one of the longest, and it's one of the most effective in terms of the backbone navigation system we have to support it.
Just the additional RESA or runoff area. Any implications for the flight path in terms of height restrictions?
Nothing at all. So no, the broader noise envelope and the broader flight path, or obstacle limitation services we call it, are not affected by that. The surface to the south, in terms of any impact on residential height, etc., is taken from its threshold of the runway, not from the RESA. So no, there'll be no impacts on that whatsoever.
Thank you. Councillor Kawate.
Thank you. Good morning, Mark. I've got two questions. Mark, in the refurbishment, were you able to secure any bank to put in an AMT machine? I know when I've asked this question before, banks haven't been so inclined to do so, but there are other providers of machines, so that's one question. And the second question, with this ongoing raru-raru with, well, not raru-raru, but with Airways, does New Zealand have, are they the sole provider of tower services in New Zealand, or do they have competition? Or have they got us by the short and curlies?
It's surprising that Mark's asked me to respond to that because he's considerably more diplomatic than I am. What I would say is that Airways would say that they do not have a statutory monopoly in respect of air traffic services, but the reality is they have an effective monopoly because there's no other supplier. I think that speaking to a number of chairs, we need to see whether it might be possible to change that in the future.
Thank you.
And just to the point of the ATM, yes, they are there today, just setting up the internet connection. So we hope to have that within 2 weeks.
I just say that, Mark, there'll be many mokopuna that'll be pleased to see that AMT machine there. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Thank you for the report, and thank you for coming to Peter, because the negotiation and mediation has been a real hot point, and your skills in there have been absolutely invaluable to us, with the support of Mark, with the informatics that had to be provided. So I've been incredibly proud of the stance that the airport CCO took, and we'll just keep going. We're right beside you there. My question is, if you didn't have enough to do, because you were one of the more busy during the lockdown, was how are the negotiations going with Air New Zealand for a change to the flight schedule? Because in the COVID recovery for tourism, we're very keen to get that Queenstown Rotorua link. It just doesn't go away. I know that they've dried up too financially, but we can't give that up.
Yeah, I think the general message at this stage in terms of the recovery of domestic movements is Air New Zealand are looking at a very short window at the moment. So we're literally forecasting 6 weeks out. So as good as we have today, it takes us to an optic in which we see what's going on to about the end of August. Critical within that is, one, we get South Island, we get Christchurch back next week. And secondly, the loadings on Christchurch look incredibly good. We're around about 91%, which from a loading point of view, if you're hitting over 80% on an aircraft these days, you're doing pretty well. And the airline is making money. And they won't move the aircraft onto the sectors unless they're simply making money. So volumetrically, they're looking good. The reality, though, is we are at 60 to 65% of where we were 12 months ago. And to get back to where we were, there's still a significant delta or gap in between. But I think aspirationally, the South Island link, we're completely connected up on that point with Queenstown. I think for many people across both cities and across the tourism sector get it, they want it. I think it's a case of just, taking a very well structured and proactive approach around continuing the dialogue with Air New Zealand and doing what we can as a company to actually foster movements into the south. And as part of one of the recovery groups, for argument's sake, there was a specific focus on the recovery of what we can do as a business to actually catalyse domestic tourism movements. So we've had a strategy that's been in place for 6 weeks now to really try and kickstart that sector en route, together with partners such as Red, etc. So we're very firmly focused on it. We get the importance of the sector to the city, and it will not drop off the radar. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Through you, Madam Chair. Tēnā kōrua. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see the presentation. I look forward to that, and hopefully we'll get out there over the weekend to have a bite to eat at the terrace. My question's regarding the MOU, the draft MOU that is currently with Ngāti Uenuku Kōpako. There's been still a little bit of media hype around iwi negotiations or iwi parts to play there. So to hear that the additional southern end had been, the runoff had been committed to, I just want reassurance that Ngāti Uenuku Kōpako have been advised and considered.
Yeah, look, it's a very good question. As again, there has been a wee bit of media around this issue. So I suppose just to fill a bit of a backstory on this, we get and understand the period of time in which the airport was acquired through the 60s. We get the hurt, we get the impact on the descendants from that, and as a company we're trying to understand that and embrace it more fully. And for us to have a positive response going forward, we need to actually understand the history. So we're making significant efforts to try and do that. The MOU itself really tries and takes a forward-facing view on what the partnership is between ourselves and Mana Whenua. And at a working level with the Ngāti Uenuku Kōpako, there's been a series of things that we have done over the last year and a half and are poised to do going forward. So the conversation in and around the Reserland absolutely did happen directly and indirectly through the property group's consultation through the Public Works Act. So that conversation did occur. I think one thing that has come out of the last month is there's different groups we need to be conscious that we deal with. And there is, I'll use it just as simply as a broad term around Mana Whenua, and then there's a separate grouping around people that can whakapapa back as descendants to the land. And we've got a lot of clarity, I think, over the last month in relation to both groups, and in terms of working with Prone Paraka and others around how we best drive the relationship forward together. So we're bringing everyone on the journey, and we're trying to understand the broader context of what we're dealing with. But it's a great question, and it's very topical for us.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Peter and Mark, for being here to present to us. The question I have is, you touched on it briefly, but I appreciate that there are some things you can't say about the negotiations you're having with Airways, but you touched on some of the risks. I think one of them was frequency, reflecting flights and that. And then you gave us some good news about us being the third longest runway in the country. I thought, well, that should help be in our favour. But what are some of the things you can tell us that would be the risks for us at the moment? And I came out last week, by the way, to bring some people in who are flying in, and I was very impressed with the work that's been done out there. Thank you again, Mark.
Look, thank you. It's look, I'm I will have to avoid the question from the point of view is if we stray into the context of the arbitration, we can get ourselves in an awful amount of trouble. i.e. I'll probably be incarcerated and take it away. So, and my wife wouldn't be particularly happy about it. So, yeah, look, we can't really stray into that conversation at the moment, but it'd be fair to say that we've got incredibly good context around the risks for the city, and every airport within New Zealand has a different set of risks, and the obvious ones for us as a city is, you know, our height above sea level at nearly 900 feet above sea level is different to most other airports. You know, the sky doesn't move up, we have low cloud, we have fog, and that creates issues for us. And in most aviation environments, there's a general requirement around having 2 kilometres of clear visibility if you're operating an aircraft. So those sort of constraints give a very strong lead to the importance of air traffic control and observing wildlife and looking at weather conditions, all those sort of things. To operate effectively and safely, you thread all this together, and our view is the air traffic function is a critically important part of enabling aircraft to operate with a degree of accuracy in and around landing and movements. And if we didn't have it, you can conclude that the ability to aircraft to service the city the way they have in the past could be severely hindered.
Thank you. Mrs Bray.
Kia ora, Mark. Councillor Yates asked my question, so it was answered. But I do have one, just another question around the naming of the cafe. So I'm assuming it's tied up with the terrace kitchen here in Rotorua, and I just thought we could have had a more exciting name, that's all.
Yeah, you don't have to answer that, Mark, but we'll definitely put that to them, although I think they call it terrace airspace?
Airside.
Oh,
Yes,
airside. There you go. So we have Mr Hurd, followed by Councillor McPherson, Councillor Kaifong, and then we'll wrap up with Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Peter, Matt. My question was actually asked by the Mayor about the Queenstown link, but on a related subject, early in your presentation you were talking about passenger movements. And I think I heard you say that you hope to be back close to equilibrium by the end of the month. So the question is, therefore, what's the percentage of exposure to international tourism, if you know it, and what's your kind of expectation around that area impacting on business as a percentage?
Yeah, so we're, I suppose the issue for us at the moment is very much we're just seeing the green shoots of domestic recovery at the present time. So the bias of international into Rotorua month on month is very different. It's heavily seasonally biased, and if I look at the South Island as an example, over December through March, at peak last year we were running 5 ATRs per day, so that's 72 people. I would estimate that around 80% of those folks would be international. So at the moment that market has simply gone. But we're seeing a very different dynamic start to play out now, in which a number of people from Rotorua over the course of the next 2 weeks, as an example, are heading to the South Island to holiday. The numbers are mind-boggling. In which you look at the movements through into Christchurch and down into Queenstown. So we're looking at a very different profile. It'd be fair to say that we're yet to form a view in terms of what the steady state looks like post-international movements going. It's going to be a very different formula for the city and for us in the intervening period to that recovering back. But I probably can't say much more at this stage. You know, we're seeing a very different future until such time as the international borders open. The key is, though, you know, at 65%, we're almost ahead of where we were a year ago in terms of domestic movement. So we're actually seeing more happen from a domestic leisure perspective for a range of reasons. Obviously, those folks can't holiday offshore, therefore they're holidaying within New Zealand. So we have seen a tremendous kick. Whether or not that continues post the August holidays through to Christmas will be interesting to observe. And I think that's critically important for us, is to maintain that momentum over that bridging period.
Yes, and you're right, and it's incredibly important for our local economy as well. Councillor McPherson.
Kia ora, thank you, gentlemen. Like others, I regret the absence of PowerPoint very important communication tool, and I look forward to being up in the future for your future reports. I note the decline in partial recovery of movements, all good signs, and you're clearly planning very carefully. I wonder if at the same time you could report on the way that you're adjusting expenditure to respond to that changing environment, indeed up to the point of restructuring a budget to take you through to the end of this financial year. Any thoughts in that area? Thank you.
Yes, so the critical flavour within the statement of intent is we've put a huge degree of scrutiny on the next 12 months because we simply sit here today, you know, and we don't have a clear and concise view in terms of the speed of recovery nor the extent of it. So we have taken a conservative view in terms of the build back of revenue and an incredibly conservative view around expenditure to the point in which if it's non-essential, we don't do it. Now, in terms of how we actually fund the next 12 months, every year that we typically roll forward on, we provision for around about $2.5 million in depreciation, which is a non-cash item, but we tend to fund that. What we've had a look at as being the most significant item in which we can exert control and positive financial change over the next 12 months is not actually funding depreciation in full, but only funding essential capital work. So our capital works program is around about $470,000 for the next 12 months versus depreciation at $2.5 million. So what that fundamentally means is the company on paper will show a loss because we're not fully funding depreciation, but we've taken an extremely conservative view in which we will only fund essential works in terms of operating expenditure and capital expenditure for the next 12 months whilst our revenues build back. Subject to the extent in which they recover, may require a slightly different view by management and the board on how we reset the financial model for the business. But it would be fair to say that the conservatism and financial prudency are probably the key words that would underpin our current position. But Peter, I'm not sure if there's anything further to add.
Supplementary, is it possible then to see, when you finish this piece of thinking, is it possible to see the numbers?
That's very much a decision, I suppose, for Council to release through Council, but we've certainly, within the statement of intent, we've provided a headline summary, and certainly through the CFO, we'd be very happy to provide the next 3-year forecast in terms of how we see things building back. So again, I would need to take a lead on that release through Council.
Yeah, I respect their projections, but it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and that's the correct thing to do. Now we go to Councillor Kai Fong and then Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Peter and Mark, for coming along, and my thanks too to both of you for the leadership that you've shown during this period of time, and it's been difficult for everyone, and I know the incredible amount of hard work that you two have been putting into making sure that the airport is running as smoothly as it can and that we remain financially viable. So my question just follows on from not necessarily what Councillor McPherson was getting at, but what assistance can we as a council give to the airport going forward to ensure that you're able to meet that Plan B in terms of the airport development going forward, and also to ensure operationally that you have sufficient funding?
Would you like me to address that? Yeah, I think the key thing as we sit today is we have two significant pieces of work that have been completed in and around Precinct A and Precinct B. So within the pack, you'll see through the master plan some clarity around how each of those look. In order for us to release those precincts, we will require council support in and around underpinning a new financial structure and model to develop those areas. And if you ask why we're doing this, the answer is that the feasibility and the overarching objective is to obtain a greater rate of return from the property developments and the cost of finance. If we can end up setting that process in motion, ultimately what it will mean into the future is the airport moves away from any reliance on the ratepayer at all to a point in which the airport's operation can be self-sustained within the CCO itself. And at the moment, there's exposure, and COVID is a wonderful example of that, in which aviation revenue falls away. We have no property revenue to rely on. Therefore, we're saying to the council, you need to hold our hand as we get out of this. And that same message is consistent right across all airports in New Zealand, and you will have seen, and may have seen precedent recent times over several airports that have undertaken very significant builds in terms of infrastructure and terminals that are now having to look to the council to reset their financial funding arrangements because they simply cannot repay the interest to external funders. So they're in a dire position. Fortunately, we're not in that because we've taken a very different path towards the money that we would spend on the development, etc. But I think the critical decision point and something we need to work through together isn't around how we fund these developments, what's the pace, what's the funding model that we approach, and joining up on the key objective, which is really around saying we need to move forward together to release the reliance on the ratepayer and set the CCO up as a standalone entity. That's critically important.
Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and a few of the, and I just have to say that the developments over at the airport are amazing. The bilingual signage, the new walkway connecting the two terminals, some of the responses I've heard back is that people travelling out of Rotorua Airport don't actually want to leave anymore because it's so good. And now with a cafe there, it's even better. So we're doing, Rotorua is definitely doing something right there with our manaaki, showcasing our manaakitanga. I just had two questions, and the first one is in relation to airways. So I understand there's some things that you can't, not able to answer. It was about how many jobs are at risk if Airways were to pull their services out of Rotorua.
Yeah, so as we understand it, there's 4 people employed in the tower. So the tower runs generally 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after the last flight for us. So if we looked at our typical schedule, the first flight moves off the apron at around 6:45 in the morning, and the last flight usually is in just after 9 at night. So so they generally cover those core hours 7 days a week, although we have a slightly skinnied up schedule on a Sunday. So it's 4 people, but outside of that, embedded within Airways is a support structure of other people outside of Rotorua, and we also have a team of people based here that deal with the navigation aids, the airfield lighting and those sort of things. So there's others that are sort of caught up in it.
Thank you. And I know that it is a very highly technical and highly skilled job, so I do hope that whatever outcome we have, they are looked after. The second one was regarding Air New Zealand and their flights. So I know that we've returned flying to the 3 destinations, Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch. How many flights per day are we seeing roughly, and are they being gradually increased?
Yes, they are. So we've found the original projection when flights started up was extremely conservative. In Air New Zealand, as I'd mentioned earlier on, current demand has simply outstripped supply in terms of the aircraft and the staff and cabin crew they've brought back in. So we are now seeing equilibrium. As at July, Christchurch kicks back again. The key message here is if demand is there from the city, Air New Zealand will fill a demand gap with aircraft. So we're doing absolutely the right things in terms of filling these aircraft, because simply it will drive a response in which Air New Zealand are there to make money as a business, as we all are, and they will simply reorientate aircraft onto the sectors if the demand is there and the profitability is there. So what I can say is, we are doing absolutely the right things in terms of getting people to the city, and in terms of people that are domiciled in Rotorua or the greater region actually taking advantage of the aircraft being there and actually travelling out of the city to other areas. We'd be, I think, as at next week, we'll be around about 12 to 14 return flights a day. and we'll see some start-ups occurring into Wellington and Auckland. So, but it is dynamic. Every week that goes through, we get a slight adjustment in the schedule.
Kia ora, thank you.
And thank you very much. And Councillor Wang's actually raised a really good question around the jobs, and I do think that it's important that we as councillors understand the impact on our local economy, because I think it's much wider. So I'll just ask our Chief Executive to provide some comments on that. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, through the chair. Look, I think you've covered the comment that I would have made very, very well. I think last night we were at a fantastic presentation of the Build Back Better sector strategies, and in particular the tourism strategy. And one of the key deliverables which that sector is looking to achieve is continuation of manahere visiting Rotorua. It's very difficult to see how that particular objective could be retained or achieved if the airport was in any way compromised, because at the end of the day the airport is a means to an end, and that is getting people to Rotorua. It also links to an earlier comment that Mark made, I think, with respect to council backing effectively the CCO financially. If the city, in terms of, for example, the tourism operators, cannot fundamentally afford the airport to be scaled back. We've got to have an airport that is up, running, ready to receive manahere into this area. That's a non-negotiable in my view. The question about jobs is a very difficult one. I think we've already seen the impact of COVID-19 and the downturn that has occurred with respect to visitors to Rotorua. What we're seeing is domestic tourism to an extent is actually stepping up, and if that wasn't the case, I think we would have a much greater effect on our local economy. And of course the airport fulfills an absolutely essential and critical role in ensuring that Rotorua is a place that people are able to visit, are able to actually book flights from destinations across New Zealand, plan a holiday with a level of certainty they can get here and they can get home. And that means the airport's pivotal role being central to that.
Great, thank you so much. And that concludes our presentation from our Airport CCO. I want to thank you both, Mark and Peter, for the work and leadership that you've been providing for a very crucial area and service to our community. Thank you very much. And for councillors, we've got the presentation loaded onto your Selenos now, so you can see the wonderful new terrace airspace as well, airside. So we'll just take a 10-minute break. For those who are streaming in online, we will return at 11 a.m, where we will be met by Matt Scott for his presentation on Infracore. 10-minute break, thank you.
Never mind. First and foremost, I'd just like to express my my thanks and gratitude, I suppose, during the COVID period, the way that the council welcomed us into the realm, if you like, the way we were supported through that. I was in attendance with a high amount of those meetings, executive and also the civil defence meetings as well. And hopefully Infracore played an active part in that, which is obviously one of the reasons that we're here. So appreciate that. Thank you to all involved. I'll open up on the, open up on the presentation. Put this in the first page because for me, this marks the end of the first 12-month period. So it's 12 months almost to the day that I've been sitting in the seat of CEO for Infracore. And I recall quite vividly sitting here last year, looking at a pack that had been put together by somebody else with information I didn't really know much about. And there were a whole lot of commitments that I gave the audience as to what I intended to achieve with Infracore in the first 12-month period. And I suppose the highlights for me are demonstrated on this slide. It's the engagement survey that's been conducted for all employees via Gartner. It's hot off the press, and there's some really good news stories in there. But before I go through the highlights, I suppose we should acknowledge that this is just a set of results, but it's what's behind that really that is important. And what I see coming through in these results is the outcome of a whole raft of initiatives that the senior leadership team have been through with our staff over the last 12-month period. And you always know the theory of the actions that you're undertaking and to try and boost morale, motivation, try and get that commitment there, discretionary effort, etc., etc. But until you see the set of results, you don't necessarily have the confidence that you're hitting the right points. And of course, if you do hit those right points, you expect it to flow through into the financial results as well. So if we just take a second to look at these, there's 20 categories, or 19 categories, I think. Without exception, every category has improved from the previous year. So if you look to the right-hand side, the percentage that you read is the increase or decrease on last year's position. Right. So pleasingly, discretionary effort is actually the highest result out of all of them. Now, that you can't really ask more from your staff than being prepared to go the extra mile, not only to do their own job, but to step in and fill the gaps as well. It sits at 81% green, which is fantastic, but what's pleasing to me is that it's actually increased by 12% over the last 12-month period, which is fantastic. Also pleasing and extremely important is the safety environment. It sits there at 79%, but it's increased by 16% from where it is, and that has actually come through not only in the reduced number of injuries that we're seeing, but also in the increase in near-miss reporting and the lead indicators that should technically lead to a reduction in injuries. And this supports what we're actually seeing in the workplace, which is great. The greatest increase, 23%, is for diversity and inclusion. Now, for the culture of any business, it's extremely important that people feel safe. It's extremely important that you do have a diverse workforce and you embrace the positives that brings. Now, that demonstrates to us that the workforce themselves are actually embracing that. They see the benefits from the workforce that we have. And there is a high level of inclusion, which isn't necessarily easy to achieve. It's easy to talk about, but to see it coming through is extremely exciting. And the culture and values as well at 19%. These are the essence, I suppose, of what drives for a high-performing business. You know, if you can get people motivated, if you can drive their discretionary effort, if you can keep people safe and deliver the outcomes that contractually you're there to deliver as well, then you do start to make some good ground. We have made quite a lot of changes in the senior leadership team and also the layer beneath that as well. And we can see that an increase in confidence in the leadership team there at 14% is also a strong result. Should note at that point, though, that there's 45% of opportunity in there for improvement over the next 12 months. So, you know, it does demonstrate that whilst it is, you know, the results are pleasing, there is also more work that can be done, which is fantastic. So that's the pleasing bit for me, because, you know, on a personal level, I suppose that demonstrates to me the effort that has gone in by myself and my team over a 12-month period is worth it, and it is shining through in the attitudes and beliefs of the people, which is great. One of the other things that I committed to early in the piece was that Infocor's got a very important part to play in the Rotorua community. And it isn't just about delivering the essential services, but it's also about employing local people as well. And we're moving more towards not just talking about a financial result, but also the social outcomes that are driven by the business as well. And referring to it to a dual bottom line business. So, you know, in a traditional sense, you would look at the margin and that would be the judge or the judgment as to whether the business was being successful or not. In this environment, that's probably misplaced. We're spending ratepayers' money. We should be delivering good services for it. But at the same time, the extra value, if you like, that we're delivering is better placed to be social outcomes rather than a profit margin. Not to be mistaken, however, that we still need to operate as a business in the same way that any other business would operate, and we need to measure the key metrics so that we know that we're operating efficiently and we can demonstrate to the onlooker or the ratepayer that the business that we're running is efficient and it's effective, and we've got supporting evidence to be able to demonstrate that. The social enterprise element, I think, probably gives Infocor the greatest opportunity to be able to make a difference in our society. And we've developed some good sort of channels of communication, if you like, not just between the Lakes Council, but also iwi Trust and organisations, Ministry of Social Development and the Corrections Department as well. You know, it's important that we offer, or we're able to offer, opportunities to people that allows them to make better decisions in life and to get back on the track that they need to in order to be able to deliver not just the financial outcomes for their families, but also the social outcomes of contributing towards society. And we're well placed to deliver that. So I suppose as a COVID-19 sort of related positive outcome, central government funding for redeployment works for people that are affected by COVID-19 through council has come to Infocor, and working with Stavros' team to deliver some outcomes in the cleaning of rural culverts, some tree felling and some clearing of some other sites. We've employed 25 people as it is now for an estimated 3-month period that will operate underneath our, or operate as employees, basically. So they operate under our systems, under our health and safety systems, and under our supervision to go out there and do some positive work for the society. And work that does need to be done anyway. So we're not just finding them stuff to do, we're actually, you know, what they're doing is adding value, but it's keeping them employed. In some cases, it's allowing us to facilitate their CV writing for their permanent positions that come afterwards. That it means that they get a reference on their CV, which is current. And in some cases, they'll be learning new skills. You know, we've got people from all different backgrounds in there that basically are now using, manual hand tools, whereas before they may have been running a bar or in a kitchen or something. So, some really positive stuff there, and it's opportunity. I suppose it's almost a proof of concept. We recruit those people over a 3-week period, and I should be honest and say that it wasn't necessarily as easy as perhaps it could have been. But with the dedicated HR team that we have in Infracore and the lines of communication into various organisations, we've pretty much leveraged off of everything and everybody that we know to be able to get those people in there. So there's individuals, there's a small subcontracting company, people that have worked for us before via labour hire, MSD, and an element of corrections as well in there. So my view is, my optimistic view is that, this is a proof of concept for what can happen. And by the end of this project, if you like, we'll have a very clear idea of what the successes are and what the areas of opportunity are, and being able to demonstrate what the benefits are to the community. Oh, yeah. No problem. There you go. I was prepared for not having a prezzo. So, working with council currently to see what other opportunities and we can work on together to basically deliver some social good, if you like, some social outcomes that are maybe bigger and better than just the culvert cleaning that we're doing today. And it's quite exciting. It's good opportunity. And Infracore really, as a CCO to the council, is probably the best vehicle to be used to deliver those social outcomes. There's no hang-ups around the commercial aspects. We can be dynamic. We can work together. And, we don't have to enter into lengthy negotiations or build in risk payments or anything like that. So it's a pretty good situation to be in. As far as the general business and the operational situation at the moment, for the parks and open spaces and the utilities, the combined scoring for the period of Q3 is 8.5 out of 10, or 85%, which is green. There's a number of projects that are underway and some that have been completed. So the urban water renewals are coming towards the last street, delayed due to COVID-19. I think we probably all understand that. The Rotorua sewerage project is now complete, so that was Infracore work into Thornton Hogan. That was 168 tanks commissioned, installed, connected, with the old ones being decommissioned. And ran for quite a protracted period of time. It certainly predated me. If it wasn't 18 months and it was 2 years, it was quite a big piece of work. So a lot of experience has been gleaned from that exercise. Not everything went well in the early stages, I think it's fair to say. But certainly with 168 premises and 168 tanks, that is a lot of learning, and it puts us in a better position looking towards the future as to how we can contribute towards any similar schemes. And COVID-19, I didn't want to, because there's so many good news stories in here, I didn't want to bring it down with COVID-19, but obviously it did have an impact on the business. Some of the business continued through it, the essential services, which comprised of many different elements, but not least the three waters. There's an element of parks, structures, doing some reactive work for whatever was going on and whatever needed to happen at short notice, such as closing down the playgrounds, as an example. Who would have thought there's 90 odd of them, as well as the toilets and toilet blocks and shower blocks and stuff as well. So everybody else was stood down, ready for work if they needed to be, in a fit and able state. And we looked after them best we could. There was plenty of communication went out from our HR team on a weekly basis, and from our health and safety team as well. And that was, to try and keep people buoyant. Every employee had a check-in each week by means of a personal phone call, whether they were working or whether they weren't working. Lots of promotion of Benistar and the EAP, and lots of material about how to deal with stress, how to understand what you can manage and what is out of your control, etc., etc. Much of that was shared by council as well. The support from council at that time was strong, which was welcomed, and appreciated by our staff as well. It was an unfortunate event, I suppose, is an understatement of it. But what it did demonstrate is that when it matters, people do come together and we do look after each other, which is a beautiful thing. Financial. So we've had some changes in our finance team over the last 12 months. It still sits under Emma Murray, but we've changed out a few accountants. Some people have left, some people have come. It's a far stronger team, I think, it's fair to say at this point. We've got some really good experience in there. And we're well positioned now. One of the things I've been keen on all the way through is it's okay for me to sit here and talk, but nothing's better than being able to present some numbers that can be ripped apart and analysed by people. So moving into the new financial year, the way that our budget has been constructed is by micro budgets for each, basically under each manager of the business, obviously consolidated up to the top level budget. The assumptions and the efficiency metrics within those budgets will be presented on a dashboard via Power BI, and we'll be able to measure on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, not only if we're heading towards meeting or bettering budget, but also to understand where those unders and overs are at, not just by the lag result of the month end, but in real time throughout the month to see how we're travelling. So that if we do change tact, we can understand whether it's having a positive or negative impact, or alternatively, if we're not heading towards the waters that we need to, then we can change tact quickly. And that will give the onlooker, if you like, confidence that whilst we're not focusing on profit, we are focusing on running an efficient business, and we are focusing on delivering the social outcomes. So it'll be a pretty robust visibility of the Infracore business. Some other things going on plant and equipment. Most people are aware that a lot of the plant and equipment in Infracore is aged, and certainly done its service in some cases, no doubt. We're moving towards a leased vehicle model away from the old purchased ownership model. That will give us certainty of cost over a 3 and 5 year period. It will reduce our maintenance costs over that period as well. It will come with enhanced reporting on the GPS system so that we can measure things, not just the travelling mileage and stuff, but the idling time, the carbon emissions that are related to it. We can drive that down, and get some better outcomes from the fleet. It will also lift the morale of the staff further as well. Some of those vehicles are like in excess of 10 years old, and I think it's probably fair to say they've done us proud. Some of the lawnmowers have done it in excess of 10,000 hours, which is getting up there. So lots of good stuff going on from that perspective. You will see the financial view that I'm presenting here betters the one in the written report. That's because of the timing position. This goes up to the 31st of May. So not really impacted by COVID. Obviously, the month that follows this is, but by the end of the financial year, we're still tracking towards meeting budget, which is break-even position, or even bettering that. mainly due to timings around capital projects that will be closed out in time, and obviously the wage subsidy features in there as well. A quick overview, I suppose, of some details within there. So the operating expenditure is above budget. That's because of the capital works that we were awarded during that period of time that were outside of the budget. Administration expenses are 311k below budget. There's a little bit of training in there. That doesn't interfere with the compliance training. It's more where training costs were planned, but a fees for free has taken over, so we haven't had to realise those costs. And then there was the piece, there was quite a large sum in there to drive cultural changes and to uplift the motivation of the staff that was allowed for by consultants. I chose not to do that. I believe that that is intrinsical to my role. That's my job to drive those changes, and so we made that saving, and fortunately it's come through on the other slide that it's worked in that respect. I will just say that there's the training bit. I don't want to give the wrong impression. There's a number of people, in fact our whole management team, if they're not on the frontline managers training course via Learning Works currently, then they're programmed to do that over the next 12-month period. So that will bring up the confidence and the experience, or the knowledge, I suppose, of our management levels, which will further allow us to manage the business more tightly and continue to make it more efficient. And it's quite, it's quite a proud moment, I suppose. It's proud, isn't it? To be able to talk about delivering a surplus from Infracore rather than justifying the losses. So, for me, that's quite a satisfying point. Hungry for the year-end result, of course. Now, there were a number of measures in last year's year-end audit that proved to be either unmeasurable or there was a lack of data in order to be able to measure it. So we've changed those measures. We changed them partway through FY20, and they're the same ones that feature in FY21. They're more aligned to the direction of Infracore, so they do include the social element. There's a little bit of refining on the last social measure to make sure that we're getting it right and it's meaningful. But here they are. But most things are on track. Well, all of it's on track, actually. The challenges in there is the ISO 9001 accreditation. My original plan was to start the auditing process ready for that in July. Little did I know that there was in excess of 400 standard operating procedures, of which 200 of them have proved that they're not now required. The rest of them have needed to be rewritten, and a further 150 need to be added. So it's a massive amount of work. COVID did give us the opportunity in some regards to go through and get some good work done there, which was a good utilisation of people's time. So we've reprogrammed that now towards Q2 of FY21. It's not just a case of pushing it out, it's a sensible decision based upon there being more work than we had anticipated, basically. The targeting of full HSE engagement, that measure is derived from the attendance of people at the health and safety meetings, right? So the engagement is driven by the attendance directly, I suppose, and 1 point above the target. So it makes it green, but it still shows you that there's some work to be done there, which is good. And the consolidated KPI scoring for each of the separate halves of the business. They're in a good place. Still more to do there, though. I mean, we can improve that, and the targets are stretched beyond that for next year. So keep us on our toes, and we do need to keep ourselves on the toes. This isn't about like resting back on our laurels. We've made some good gains in the last 12 months, and the plan is to make some even better gains over the next financial year. Everybody does have a performance plan in place, and I suppose that's part of the commitment of the business to the individuals. Is, you know, it's not only about telling them how they're performing against our expectations. They do also get the opportunity to tell us how they feel we're performing as a management team as well. And it's also the time at which we identify the people that we want to raise through the ranks, who we should invest in by means of development, you know, whether it be formal training or informal training. Development and document social enterprise projects of work. Now, we put, at this stage, we just put a number of projects on there as the target to get the ball rolling. That will be further developed over time as the situation matures. And the measurement of the benefit that we are delivering to the people that we're giving those opportunities to is we've referred it there to a piece of work that was done in the UK. And in the statement of intent, there's actually the reference so that you can reference that piece of work. Whether it's the right measure or not, I think we should probably work through that with council collectively. Nonetheless, the intention is to understand for each person that we are given an opportunity, how many people around them are we positively touching. So, you know, if they're living with their family and now they're bringing in an income, then that's going to be a positive outcome for everyone that lives in their house, their wider whānau, the people that would be supporting them if they weren't able to work or in work for any reason. So, yeah, that's me. Happy to take any
Thank you
questions.
very much. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on such a wonderful performance. It certainly shows your man management skills are right up there. Just a query on this rural culvert project that you've got going on. I would have thought that would have come under the rural roading maintenance budget, which I think Fulton Hogan are doing. Yep. Is this over and above what they're obliged to do?
Yes, it is over and above. We're receiving the work as programmed via council, and you know, I'm not privy. I understand what the contract contains with Fulton Hogan, but the allocation of work and the selection of the work, I'm not privy to. We just receive it. Yeah.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of interconnected. First of all, Matt, Peter, I'd like to acknowledge your personal leadership and the high quality support services that you're getting from the corporate leaders of council. This is obviously an excellent double act that's working out. And the evidence for that is the many organisational reforms that have been driven through in your time. So that's a major achievement. I note also that OPEX is running 10% ahead of budget. So my first general question is, how will this be wound back by the year end? Mm-hmm. In that context, I notice in Q3, and I quote, for vehicles requiring disposal, we're taking a pragmatic approach and working in collaboration with local organisations to understand where these could assist in achieving social outcomes. Now, decoded, is that a form of subsidy to local organisations? And how do you balance the need for this disposal, the cost recovery that's implied by disposal, with achieving social outcomes?
Okay. To answer the first question, OPEX is over budget, will remain over budget, and is primarily vehicle maintenance costs that has caused that that expense. As far as disposing of the vehicles, the intent is to on-sell the vehicles at the book value, which probably answers your question. Yes. Yeah.
You're going to get established market value.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much, Matt, for your presentation this morning and leading up to my question that I was really pleased in your comments in that regarding the social good that you're bringing out there out of Infracore. And I recall some months back when Stavros gave us a presentation and he was talking then leading up to having the 25 people coming out there to work with you. Now you've reported on them having started, I think, this week.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in that. And so the question would you provide us a report on after it's 3 months?
Estimated at 3 months, correct?
Yeah. If you provide us a report, I'm really interested in the social outcome in that form. I'm sure you'll provide it, but I thought I'd ask. But
yeah, absolutely will do.
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Madam Chair, thanks, Matt. Just back to your first slide, could you tell, 2 questions, but the first one, just on the bar graph at the top, the rust colour on the right, what is that? What's that signify?
On the actual responses bar?
On the responses bar, you've got 3 colours. You've got green, amber, I guess it is, and a rusty red.
Okay, so green is positive responses, red is negative responses, and yellow or amber is neutral. So in this context, green obviously is favourable. Amber is your opportunity to turn green, and obviously red.
Yeah. And
over time, red, yellow, green.
Thank you for that. And look, the second question you may not be able to answer through commercial sensitivity, but my interest was piqued by your comments around the Rotorua sewage scheme.
Yes.
And that was a subcontract to Fulton Hogan, who of course are a key partner in the Trilogy partnership. Is this an ongoing relationship you have with Fulton Hogan? And are is there some aspect of workforce capability development through that arrangement? Is it a formal arrangement or is it just a strictly commercial one?
Yeah. The Rotorua is a strictly commercial one, but that has obviously built those relationships with Fulton Hogan. We've had open and honest conversations with Fulton Hogan about opportunities in the future, I suppose. Those doors are still very much open. They have confirmed that their business model is generally a self-performed business model. But that doesn't mean to say that there's no opportunity for Infracore. It probably does mean that there's room for us on a peak of work type basis, shall we say.
Thank you. Mr. Waru.
Kia ora te mana. Kia ora, Matt. Thank you for your report. Good to see things are on the up and up, and still room there to go further. Just a quick question around you've mentioned it a bit here in the social enterprise slide that you had around this, the environment we're in now with the COVID-19 and the recovery space, I guess I'm talking about, with the opportunities coming from government for funding for particular projects. So has there been any thought, or maybe you can give us a position of where Infracore is at in terms of forming some meaningful partnerships and JVs with some of the major iwi drivers of the economy here?
Absolutely. The work with the culverts has come to us through council, but the recruitment of the people is an Infracore piece of work, if you like. And those recruitments, apart from just going through the normal sort of lines of communication, have gone through iwi as well. They've gone through a number of channels, actually. Gone through the unions. They've too many to list, but iwi absolutely a key part of that. Yeah. So.
Just to add to that, I might not have been clear enough around. Are there any JVs or anything like that in the mix coming up with iwi partners?
Yeah, no JVs as it is at this minute. But I would like to. I'd like to think that to a medium-term and long-term horizon, with the alignment of Infracore to Council, I'd like to believe that those opportunities will exist. Very much so. It's certainly in our direction, if you like. Yeah.
And that's good to know. Thank you. Mrs. Rothwell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Matt. That was really, really interesting. And the staff performance and development is obviously very important to any business, and I applaud the progress that you've made in that area. You mentioned a couple of times that you're not focused on profit. I've got two questions. Why do you believe that the primary focus on social outcomes is so important? And can you expand on what lessons were learned during the water renewals project and what staff upskilling will be necessary in the future?
Yeah. Taking the social one first, two reasons, I suppose, starting with my core beliefs. Social outcomes are important. I always tell the story of where I was brought up and the communities that I grew up in, and the direction that I've taken versus some of my friends, if you like. You know, different things happen at different times and people go in different directions can lead people to a position where they make some negative life choices, can leave people in a position where, aside from that, opportunities don't come their way and it's more difficult for them to make their own luck, if you like. I think working in an organisation such as Infracore, especially being so close to council, in a place such as Rotorua, we have the perfect opportunity to be able to make a positive difference to people that will enhance not only their lives, but the lives of the people around them as well, which will bring the whole community up. So that's why it's important to me. As far as the lessons of Rotorua, I think it's fair to say there's many. Certainly when I took the business over, it was in a state where, a state of recovery, I think is probably fair to say. There were some things, not having been part of the tender team, but looking at the numbers, there were some things that had been assumed that didn't materialise. And I think a key one to that is that it was planned to do it consecutively. One house to the next, minimum movement of machines. Working two houses ahead whilst finishing the one that's two behind, sort of reinstatement. The reality to that, of course, is quite different, as we learn. The permitting dictated the order of events, which could mean that we was moving, or did mean that we was moving all over the place. That created inefficiencies, which meant that we needed more people. More people meant that we needed to get labour hire. Labour hire meant that some of the skills weren't necessarily there. Now, that was recovered towards the final piece of it, but it was possibly the most difficult way of doing it, I would say. You certainly wouldn't repeat it. You wouldn't necessarily be able to change the order of permitting because that's just the nature of it. But now that's understood, you could manage it in quite a different way. So as the key learning, I would say that's probably the crux of it.
Thank you. We have 4 councillors, Councillor Wang, Raukawa Tate, her worship, and then Councillor Yates, and we'll wrap it up. So just short questions, please. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. I think it was really positive, and I was really happy to see the fleet renewal and your effort in reducing the carbon emissions. My question was just about the government apprenticeship, I guess, program that kicked in yesterday with the free apprenticeships. How does that tie in with your, I guess, training, and is now the time to train and upskill our youth, our rangatahi here in Rotorua?
Good question, Fisher. Yes, it is. Infracore has been committed to an apprenticeship program for some time, certainly predating me. Our intent is to continue with that. But I think that what we need to consider is that Infracore only doesn't receive funding; it earns its value, right? And key to being able to earn value is you need work to be able to undertake. So long as we have work to undertake, we will be in a position where we'll be able to invest in that. And it's very much part of what we should be doing, irrespective of whether it's free fees or otherwise. It is critical, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kawate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm a great fan of social outcomes, but I have to say that most people, if it's not their core business, tend to mess it up. So, and mess it up big time. So I'd rather that you perhaps looked at making a profit, but however, if you are committed to looking to improve social outcomes, and I don't know if you actually know, well, I'm sure you do, but most people don't understand that social outcomes is actually about improving living standards, housing, health, education, community participation, all of those sort of things. And so it's difficult to measure if you don't have a good framework to work to. So that's my question to you, is at some stage, if you are going to put time and effort into saying, well, we're going to look at the double bottom line, profit and social outcomes, then it does have to be measured. So is somebody assisting you to develop a framework so that we can actually, or you can actually measure the difference it has made to staff, not to MSD, not to justice, but to actually, this is the movement that the staff have said, the improvements that have been made, because that's actually where you see an improvement in social outcomes. So I'm just wondering if you've got support or help or to develop the framework, so over time that measurement is there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. It's a very good question, Councillor. So number 9, and it does, you're correct, it does need more development, but this refers back to some research papers undertaken in the UK. The crux of it is that the measure is derived from the beneficiary, if you like, for want of a better term, of the services or of the opportunity that we've given them, right? So whatever metric we put on it, it needs to come from that, right? So it's not a subjective view of Matt Scott, it's the objective view of the person and the people that are involved. So whilst it does need to be fleshed out, it very much is based upon that. Yeah.
Thank you. Your Worship, the Mayor.
I think we're all hovering around getting to the same point, really. I'm glad in the SOI you've got social enterprise in there, and then how we measure it. Surely we learnt something in COVID, Matt, about having to work differently, and also now gearing up to our vision about more housing. There are skills that we'll be desperately crying out for. Do you think they sit comfortably with that value set that you've got in Infracore now?
I think so, very, very much so. You know, if you look at the pathway to achieving the outcomes of better housing and everything that goes with it, then nothing surely can be greater than being a part of building those better houses.
I'm sure that's what we want to see.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely, Infracore should be a vehicle to be able to deliver those outcomes, for sure.
Thank you. And last question from Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And kia ora waitu kia koe, Matt. I'm very proud of the report that you've provided for us today. I do have a question. Can you please explain, it's on your first slide where you have the graph there. I just need to understand a little bit more about the job search behaviour.
Yep.
Can you?
So the job search behaviour, which was the one that I misunderstood when I looked at it, is 55%. I think that's the green bar is the percentage of people that are not looking for alternative work or are not interested in looking. Right, so they don't have to be looking. 14% is people that are looking actively. And again, the yellow bar, the orange bar is neutral.
Kampai, thank you. Because on that, I'm just wondering if you're anticipating that this may increase as a direct result of COVID, because I don't know whether or not that's captured in this data.
Yeah, well, interestingly, this ran over COVID, over the lockdown portion of COVID. I'm not anticipating that it will grow at all due to COVID or otherwise.
Well, thank you very much, Matt. We'll conclude it there because it has been quite some time on this, but obviously there were a lot of things that we needed to catch up on, particularly after COVID. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you again for being with us. I want to celebrate for 12 months, almost to the day you said. So it's been great to have you on board. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
And we'll now welcome to the table a new but not so new face, but as the Acting Chief Executive of Rotorua Economic Development, I welcome Andrew Wilson to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll just start by covering off a couple of things. So one was, this is week 2 for me, and so a few of you may not have caught up on the news about where Michelle has kind of gone to. So she's accepted a secondment over to Council to work with JP on the economic recovery work. It was just felt that, as we're all trying to adjust to this this new world, her skills around central government engagement and investment were better utilised over here for the foreseeable future. For those of you who don't know me, I guess I've acted in this position before for a period of time before Michelle. I have been working with JP on and off as a casual employee for probably the better part of 3 years, and I've got some other separate businesses externally which I've stepped out of to perform this role. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a background. In terms of the report, I'll take it as read in terms of the one that was provided in the pack. Given it was for the period through to March, obviously a lot's happened since then. And so the presentation I've got really just sort of touches on some of what's been going on in the team through that kind of lockdown period and obviously post then. Let's go the right way. So just as a little bit of background, we've got 4 groups in Rotorua Economic Development. So we've got a business development marketing area, some people focused on trade and business events, and obviously the I side. So the presentation will just touch on those 4 areas. Starting with the economic development space, a few of you, and thank you very much to Her Worship the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors that attended our session yesterday evening, where we looked at the outcomes of the Build Back Better process, which was run by business leaders. So we rapidly, while we're still in level 4 lockdown, pulled together a group of business leaders to consider how do we build back better, how do we recover and ensure that the economy keeps moving on. There were 4 sectors to that: city development, emerging markets, forestry and wood processing, and the sustainable visitor economy. And so after a number of Zui, they have created a plan which we had the pleasure of them communicating to us yesterday evening. Next steps for that, very much, it's obviously only the beginning. There's a lot of work still to do, and we will be passing that work into, and working with council quite closely on what the overall economic recovery plan looks like. So you can expect to see more detail around all the items that are in there. Obviously, that was all underpinned by some principles, which were obviously really important in terms of underpinning all of the work that those business leaders considered. As I mentioned, we were really fortunate to have a pretty exceptional team of business leaders, and it's just useful just to touch on it in this forum and just to further thank, obviously, the likes of Greg Brown and Derek Shaw, Gillian Elder and Mana Newton, who gave up a considerable amount of time to chair each of their respective groups. The other thing I just sort of touch on is the team, in addition to doing this, have been really busy in terms of just making sure that they are responding to some of those immediate needs in the business community. They've took a lead in terms of surveying both the accommodation, the attractions and activities and the hospitality sectors on a weekly basis through lockdown, and so they've been putting out a weekly pulse survey and results, and they've been sharing that pretty widely. It's certainly had pretty good pick up in terms of helping businesses plan for what they're likely to experience in the coming weeks. Moving on to the marketing and communications space, again, and without using the words pivot or anything like that, we certainly moved very quickly with the international borders being closed to consider how do we really strengthen our domestic proposition. Critically important, obviously, that we make sure that we're in the market and we're seeking to ensure that we're not just protecting what our market share was, but actually growing that number of visitors. So look, we've had really good uptake in terms of visitation to the websites, and there's been a number of kind of executions which I think are on the following slides. We've had some takeovers of New Zealand Herald. We've certainly had a bunch of adverts showing up on TVNZ On Demand. We've had a Stuff quiz, so if you haven't completed that, you can head on to Stuff and you can find your element. And then we've also, in addition to that, they deployed a Support Local campaign, which was really focused in terms of making sure that people were aware, even in the first instance, what was open and what deals were available. Again, that's been, we've had an online hub and we've had a huge number of visits to that through that period as we've come out of lockdown. Lastly, we've continued to pretty rapidly evolve the domestic campaigns based on feedback that we've had from industry and visitors. We've adjusted it again to, and this is what's in the market at the moment, it's focused on being together in Rotorua. There's lots of locals and there'll be some familiar faces in the imagery of that, but it's very much sort of focused on people-focused storytelling. And again, this campaign will run through until we start to get a clearer sense of where Tourism New Zealand are landing their domestic marketing campaigns over the coming sort of months. Moving on to the trade and business event space. Obviously, this is the area which has been really impacted via the border lockdown. They haven't sat on their hands. They've been incredibly busy, these guys. They have been the first port of contact for a lot of our operators locally. What we'd sort of comment is that if you're a larger operator, generally, you had the capacity and the capability to work through some of these types of things yourselves. But for the huge number of small to medium-sized operators, this was essential, type of work in terms of staying connected and being able to kind of think about how do they take the opportunity to improve their own businesses ahead of us getting some sense of normal back. Business events, again, is the other one where we've been putting a huge sort of effort into. We're really trying to reposition ourselves for later in the season. around making sure that we're staying connected around kind of smaller events where we might have team building. Certainly we know there's a lot of corporates have gone through quite significant change processes, so how do we ensure we're attracting those businesses here middle of the week to assist both the accommodation sector and our operators. And as part of that, they've been working really hard on pulling together a bunch of venue videos and animations, working with a local animator to ensure that we've actually got a consistent kind of suite of information across all of our venues. So safe to say, if you went looking for one of our hotels to date, generally you might see 50 different random photos and random configurations. We haven't necessarily been putting our best foot forward, and this will certainly improve our ability to be able to kind of bid and win work. Again, last couple of things here, there's been a huge kind of, again, we've been pushing out a lot of training, but we've also done some quite clever things in terms of doing some virtual famils, which was a world first, where we had sent some packs of Rotorua goodies, wine and ingredients from Terrace Kitchen. And then via video hookup, there was a wine tasting led by the Volcanic Hills wine maker and the executive chef at Terrace Kitchen. Led them through the cooking process has been how do we continue to connect, particularly with those larger conference organisers. Lastly, but certainly not least, the eyesight. So look, the eyesight took the opportunity during lockdown to ensure that all of their team have been through all of the Manaaki Rotorua learning modules, which is very important for us. They've also spent some time thinking about what Service IQ training is available in terms of those New Zealand certificates. But the main thing I just wanted to note there was that we have seen quite a reduction in terms of our headcount. So, and that headcount's made up obviously of full and part-time staff. From around about 30 in the 30th of April down to 18. So certainly we've done that in response to the reduced demand. The eyesight have also been really focused in terms of how do they play more actively in the digital space. They've built, they're in the process of working with a local company to develop a digital brochure, which would be a more sustainable option than continuing to print vast numbers of paper-based brochures. And they've also managed to utilise that to think about how do we have a locals app, which gives locals, without having to kind of turn up with the old proof of address, evidence that they are a local, but it would also provide them information in terms of what's open and what are the current local deals at any time. And that was it. So hopefully short and sweet, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Welcome back. And also having Michelle here to get some grunt in beside what we're doing. It's a great partnership, really. For us, just seeing that you managed to fill the gap from COVID and shutdown virtually to getting out all of this collateral with a new look and feel and new programs is fantastic. Did you have anything to do with Tourism New Zealand with their removal of "I want to come to Rotorua for the smell"? That was something that was quite offensive on their marketing campaign.
Yes, we certainly weren't particularly keen on that. Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. And I'm also very glad that we didn't cut your budget and you've cut your cloth accordingly. What a crazy thing to do with such a dependence on tourism and events.
Any further questions? Yes, Councillor McPherson.
Yes, first, thank you through you, Chair. I wanted to acknowledge that the presentations last night were, for me, quite a turnaround. They were clear evidence of a willingness by four sectors to reinvent structurally almost all aspects of their strategic commitments. That was very helpful indeed. and something of a reach out is starting to occur to draw into their thinking and play the ratepayers. And I really appreciate that. It's enormously important. I'll just leave things there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that's noted. Mr. Waru?
Kia ora, Andrew. Tēnā koe. Oh, through you, Madam Chair. Pātai, e rua pēr waku pātai. So, the presentation was given. So what are the timeframes around putting something in front of us here?
So through the chair, my understanding at this stage is that we're working with JP's team to return with some more detail around what those business sector groups proposed. Obviously, last night was very much the kind of the once across lightly, and everyone's keen to see a little bit more detail. So I believe that's going to come to an SBNF in the near future.
Yes, should be next week, but I'll get the Chief Executive to answer actually.
I think I just wanted, through the chair, if I can just set some expectations around what we're going to see. What we're not going to see is a large plan that will be worked on over the next 12 months. We'll have various iterations of it, and at some point in the long-term distant future, there's going to be some action taken. That's actually the reverse of what I've heard that we actually need. We need action fast and quickly, and that means that we need to be looking at those things that we can do now, those things that we need to do some more work on that will actually offer promise in the near future, and those things as well that we will need to be doing in the longer term. Now that's going to mean therefore that what council will see is a list of activities of things that we're looking to get your sign-off or approval from now, that we can do now. You'll see those things that we see as actually having promise for the near future, and we'll be bringing those to you in the near future for approval to get them underway. And you will also see those strategies that will take a little bit longer, plans that will need to be put into place and will take some time to actually come to fruition, if you like. So that's what you're going to see. You're not going to actually see a large-scale plan or strategy that we're going to work on. You're going to see action, effectively.
Kia ora, Jeff. E pātai no tāku. So, you know, and I'm looking at the sector group things: city development, emerging markets, forestry and wood processing, sustainable visitor economy, you know, and the people that have been put into those groups. I know from a Te Tatau perspective, Uncle Jeff, Rolliston and indeed Jude have also been present at a few of those meetings there. However, apart from mana, Parake he mea Māori kone. And given that, you know, city development, there are particular entities in hapu iwi groups I think need an actual voice, and I have to say this because I said I would, that hohohara tau tēnei kupu te stakeholder. They don't believe that they are stakeholders. They actually are partners and all this kind of thing. So I'm just wondering, and it might be a bit hard because I know you've only been in the hot seat a little while there, Andrew. Is there any kōrero at the board level, if you could share, about addressing that issue?
Can I?
Am I going to get cut again?
No, I've just asked the Chief Executive because I think it's important from an executive level that question gets answered. It is a very good question.
Look, and I'll pass back to Andrew in a moment, but what I can say is that I've just talked about actions, sets of actions that we'll be bringing back for approval. What you will see in all of those is actually the concept of partnership. I doubt if you will see many or any actually actions coming back to you that don't in fact reflect partnership. The partnerships will be reflected with iwi, with hapu, but they'll also be reflected with members of our business or parts of our business community and with government also. So the nature of this organisation continues to wrap around the concept of partnership right at the centre core, those actions or projects that we bring back will actually very much be reflective of that. You can absolutely be assured. With respect to the board and the views of the board, I've been lucky in that I've sat on the steering group for the sector groups. What I can see through the steering group, and I understand through the board as well, is a key awareness of actually the need to bring our Rotorua communities together. And iwi, hapu are right at the centre of that.
Kia ora, I look forward to that report next week.
Your Worship, I think you had a further question, or no? Were there any other? Yes, you did. Put your mic on.
Andrew, with the diverse economy, there was that initiative that we thought we'd apply for through creative funding stream that came out, and that was the film studio. That did get submitted, didn't it?
Yep, that has been submitted, and we're just still awaiting the outcomes of those applications at this stage.
Have you got a date for that, or are they like all
look,
the
it was
others?
supposed to be last week, was my understanding, but I
Okay.
think it's been pushed back again, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation today. Very concise, very good. Thank you for inviting me yesterday to the presentation. I thought that was very helpful and very interesting. I think when Mana Newton spoke about Rotorua's Manaki, you know, it sort of hit back that we have it right over here and we can deploy it. And there were lots of good presentations. You know, the other one that hit me was the sector group from within the city. You know, our city does need quick action, you know. But I hope in the process of looking for quick action, and which we'll do, because post-COVID we need to sort of progress and do stuff. I just hope that we use current resources rather than keep reinventing the wheel. When I say that, it's, for example, there was talk about using a tram or something to have something circling. And I've discussed this before and said it. I mean, we've got the buzzers. The regional council can give us the buzzers rather than trying to sort of look at the future. We can probably have that immediately effect. You know, we have city buses going all the way from Novotel all the way to Victoria Street, which is the heart of the city, and circling so that there's a hop on, hop off, hop on, hop off. If somebody wants to go and have dinner, lunch at each street, they can. Then they want to come back and do shopping. Then they want to come back and do grocery shopping. They have the ability to, and without clogging the city for parking, because they can still park on the outskirts of the city. So stuff like that will be quite good. So thank you, Andrew, and once again, thank you for keeping the presentation very interesting and concise.
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Kumar. I think there's probably some feedback we could pass on to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council as well, to look at that for a transport perspective. Now, were there any further questions of Andrew? Yes, Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, it was just a quick comment. The things that we took away from last night's presentation and the clear things, and I saw, and I was really happy to see this, was sustainability, looking after our land, our people, and that ties in with, you know, the environmental aspects of it. That was really amazing to see. The other thing was innovation. You know, you're basically, we're in this new world where we really have to kind of reinvent tourism and, you know, towards locals. And so that innovation is really, really good to see as well. And following on to Councillor Kumar's transport comment as well. And I mean, I was really happy to see ideas that would not only benefit our people, but also benefit the environment. It's innovative, it's reducing emissions, and so I see that as a win-win. Thank you.
Well, you're getting a lot of thank yous, Andrew. So, yes, and please pass on our thanks to your staff at Rotorua Economic Development as well. It's certainly been a challenging time, but it's been a great opportunity to see how we can work differently, and it's wonderful to see you exploring the digital space with you know, services such as a locals app. So thank you very much, Andrew. I now move on to the staff reports. So we are on page 14. I'll invite Thomas up to review the report. Okay, so I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report, that the report financial performance for the 11 months ended 31st of May be received. Moved Councillor Bentley, seconded Councillor Yates. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. And I'll ask you, Thomas, to overview your report. We'll have questions, and just to signal that we're looking at breaking for lunch at 12:30. Thank you, Thomas.
Challenge accepted, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors and board members. I too have a very short presentation. Hopefully it will just come up in a second. So unfortunately my presentation isn't full of imagery, so I'll just stop and talk about this image. This is probably one of the Deputy Mayor's favourite trails in the forest. It's called Te Ahi Manua. It otherwise translates to the Burning Heart. It was built 2 to 3 years ago and goes from the top of Maurangi to Lake Rotorua. It was built to showcase the best of mountain biking in Rotorua and specifically to support events. And what we have here is, I think, Casey Brown, one of the elite Crankworks athletes, participating in the Enduro event and riding over the Deputy Mayor's favourite feature on the trail. One day we will get you down there, Dave. So on that, just obviously the financial performance. Bit of an update on May, and then I'll talk about where we ended up at the end of the year. May itself was an overall result of falling $175,000 behind budget. And while that was disappointing, it's actually quite pleasing in light of where we were and where we thought we would be for the remainder of the year with regards to the impacts of COVID and the recession. So overall, revenues were on track, supported predominantly by strong revenue from water by meter, government funding for the roading initiative, and I think Matthew Scott talked briefly about that in his presentation, but offset by parking revenues, and in particular events revenues being significantly down. And as you can appreciate, the EEC is not really doing any activity and I think the next ones are scheduled for several months away. Expenditure though was up, so maintenance costs continued to be at the higher levels, security in particular around supporting the inner city, and the compliance costs around supporting wastewater, and in particular around the commissioning of the Rotoiti Rotomar scheme. So overall that combined to $175,000 behind budget. When you combine them together for the whole year to date, to the end of May, it has deteriorated the result a little bit to obviously to be $600,000 over budget. Again, the themes that we've talked about all the way through the year continue to be there: electricity expenditure, staffing pressures, security and the one-off property costs. But again, the revenues, strong rates revenues, strong water by meter, some good investment revenues at the moment, but again being offset by the challenges that are being faced in the parking and events area. So they combine to that overall position. When we break it down to our LTP view and talk about our activities, you'll see that it's not an across-the-board pressures in our activities. It's really concentrated in our planning and regulatory, and our sewerage activities, and our waste management as well. So these are all challenges that we've talked about when we were preparing the draft annual plan and looking to obviously remedy those going forward as well. Electricity has been an interesting one. So I've talked about it for a while, probably since October 2018, when we really saw a spike in electricity prices, and we went through nearly 2 fiscal years where I was always having to explain electricity deviations and what were you doing in that space. So you recall back before Christmas 2019, it does feel like so long ago now, that we moved from spot pricing to fixed pricing. It was safe to say that during the lockdown I had heart palpitations as to whether that was the right thing to do, because the spot price did drop significantly. However, what we have seen since the economy is trying to recover, we've actually seen that spot price escalate quite rapidly to the point that yesterday it averaged 41 cents. And that is even 30% higher than probably the worst we were experiencing back in October 2018 when we come under significant pressure. So it was very pleasing, therefore, to say that we did fix, and we fixed at a variable range between 9 cents and 13 cents. So I guess it's quite pleasing that that strategy has helped protect us and insulate us from probably worsening electricity prices going forward. With regards to capital expenditure, 55 million at the end of May. Now that's actually quite a big year, and while it's not the 91 million we budgeted, it really is a high level of completion, with the exception of the museum, the Performing Arts Centre, and just finishing the Rotorua sewage scheme. And those are the three projects that are just lagging behind budget, and hopefully we're all up to date with regards to where those are. We've obviously made allowances for the timing changes in the museum and the Performing Arts Centre in next year's annual plan, and you'll be pleased to know that staff are currently working on looking at the final tenders for the Performing Arts Centre, and hopefully we'll have something to council to make a decision on shortly. And the museum itself is just going through a peer review of the detailed design, and then that building consent process can continue on, and therefore we expect both those two projects to accelerate in now the current fiscal year, as we're now 2 days into the new fiscal year. Where we forecast the year to be, so while we're about 600,000 worse than budget at the moment, it will probably move to about 2 million by the year, during the last month, and that's on the fact that events and venues in particular predominantly gets a lot of income from events in the winter period, June in particular. So there's about a $300,000 revenue hole there that will come about the last month. Parking revenues continue to lag a little bit behind, but are still a lot better than where they were last year. And electricity, while we did fix, the budget was still a lot lower. And so we therefore think that that's the place that we expect to be. Now, while I'm probably not... in light, I think, of what we've experienced over the last 12 months, the fact that we have gone into lockdown, the fact that we've had a lot of other strategic challenges that we've had to respond to, and in particular around when we talk about some of the expense pressures that we're facing, a $2 million result is actually a pretty good outcome for us. And while it may not feel like that, I think when you compare it to some of our neighbouring councils and what they've experienced in these last periods as well, it's actually a pretty good result. With regards to the CapEx, we expect that to be about 60 million by the end of the year, so 30 million less than planned. Predominantly that 30 million will fall into three big buckets: Performing Arts Centre, Museum, the Lakefront, and Aquatic Centre in Rotorua. And so all those projects and the timing of those with regards to the forecast underspend this year have already been accounted for in the draft annual plan and made allowances for those. So where did we actually end the year? Because we're now day 2 in the new financial year, and it's always a interesting topic with regards to where we ended the year. So we did end the year with borrowings of $226 million. So that's $20.2 million more than we started. And we plan to borrow 36.2 million. So we borrowed 16 million less than required. And what I've just shown you there on the left is effectively the projects that have drawn down that debt. And so they're being, as planned, the lakefront, the wastewater being Rotorua, the aquatic centre, improving our water supply, the enterprise or the ERP, which is our core systems, IT systems at council, the museum and the Performing Arts Centre, with a little bit of about $1 million obviously for the rates deferral that we offered our community, $2 million to reflect the reduction in fees and charges and some of the challenges we're facing in our operating, and about $1 million of working capital, which is the movement of our debtors and creditors. So overall, a pretty pleasing result. Bearing in mind as well is that we did borrow at the start of the COVID lockdown. We borrowed an additional $20 million because we weren't too sure how the financial markets would react. And so we are carrying a little bit of that extra debt. And so while debt has gone up by 20.2 million, our cash on hand has actually gone up as well. And so we're actually about 24 million up on where we were at the start of the year. But in real terms, it's 4 million. And the reason why I say it's in real terms is because the government, and in particular the MB and the PGF, have liked what they're seeing with regards to council's progress with the Waka Forest project, and are eager to obviously see the continuation of that with the lakefront and the museum, and have actually advanced their whole share on those remaining projects to us. So for us to utilise into the next financial year. So we are currently holding nearly $20 million, and we have that on term deposit to use against those projects in the new financial year. So overall, our debt has gone up, but offset by the fact that we're carrying about $4 million of extra cash than we expected to have at this time of year. And on top of that, the 20 million term deposit from the MB funds, which we will look to utilise in the 2021 fiscal year. So when you combine it together, it actually paints for an interesting picture from a net perspective, is that from a net debt and cash perspective, we're actually better off and in a more favourable position than we were at the start of the year. And that's predominantly 20 million, obviously a contribution from MB. And when you take that out of the picture, what we've seen is about a $15 to $16 million increase to our net increase to our debt to support $60 million worth of capital works. And so that's actually a pretty good result as well. And so with that, any questions?
Mr. Hurd.
Thank you. My question is, given that we've got $30 million cash on hand and we're about $30 million behind on CapEx, are we missing an opportunity to speed things up and create some jobs?
I think it's a long bow to tie those two together. Just recall that with regards to the annual plan that hopefully Council will adopt next week, there's about a $120 million capital works program, and the whole plan is designed to facilitate the recovery and create jobs. The reason for that underspend, as it was talked about before, is predominantly tied to those three significant capital projects that have progressing and will soon accelerate quite quickly.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on revenue. The revenue patterns, outcomes, what do they look like and what do they foreshadow with regard to estimates for 2021?
A lot more positive than we anticipated. And I think when we talk about the annual plan and we have forecast that we may need to borrow up to $4 million to fund a revenue hole, that if the trend continues, that may not likely happen. However, in saying that, it's all uncertain. We don't know what's ahead of us, and so only time will show as to where we actually end up on that. But it is looking promising at the moment.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Your Worship.
It's a good year-end position. I think we should be very proud of it. Also, hugely helped by the investments from central government. My question, though, that you don't do, and it is something that the community's asking me because they're reading about it all the time in the newspaper, is what has happened to our legal costs? We can talk about fees and charges. Have our legal costs gone up? Because in order to keep ourselves safe in governance, that's been something that has bothered a lot in the community.
I'll tip your toe carefully through this. It's safe to say that our budgets have under immense pressure in a couple of areas with regards to ongoing legal costs, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Thomas. Just our strategy in terms of electricity pricing going forward. And to me, I think with the stimulus that's gone in for the double electricity winter subsidy for pensioners coming on, I think there's probably greater consumption of electricity, so that's probably going to provide upward pressure but also, as we move towards a more carbon reduced or carbon zero economy, greater use of electricity for vehicles, etc. Have we done any sort of future forecasting? I know I went to a Transpower presentation last year, and Transpower have been doing some work in terms of future demand. So do we have a strategy around understanding that future demand and what that will do to prices and how we'll mitigate that?
Very good question, Councillor. Two parts to that, I guess, with regards to our internal strategy. We're working actively with the Waikato LAS, which is the Council Shared Services. There's a electricity project there with regards to use and sustainability. So with regards to looking at how we use electricity, that project has delivered a number of savings, and hopefully, like the LED changeover to our streetlight, and it will also contribute to that. I think with regards to electric vehicles, they're for us, they're still just priced a little bit out of the range for our whole fleet. However, you are aware we do have a number of them in the fleet, and they're actually two of the most popular vehicles in our fleet, so staff do liking that. With regards to the pricing going forward, it's a difficult one. We've seen a disruption to the market with the privatisation of those generators that took place, I think, 4 or 5 years ago, and we've slowly seen prices come up. We see key generation assets being taken down at critical times, which seems to sustain higher pricing. That spike, I think, yesterday was sort of tied to the Pohokura gas fields and the supply of gas, and the fact that I think we're dependent on a couple of thermal plants to top up demand. And I think the sector as a whole is trying to understand that pathway, but I'm also aware that the retailers and the wholesalers in particular are not particularly happy and aligned to the generators, and I think there's some challenges there that New Zealand is trying to work through.
Councillor Kaifar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, just apart from debt, what can we do to make up that hole in the revenues for the events and the fees and charges space? So is there an opportunity to, I don't know, charge more in other areas, find other places to place charges or reduce costs, or will we just borrow more money? What's the strategy?
Councillor, I think if we recall the discussions, the areas that were being challenged were obviously ones where visitors were coming to our city, such as the event centre and so forth, but also and around the regulatory space, which is sort of tied to demand. So I guess I'll tie it to the whole Build Back Better Rotorua. So if we're successful in that, we drive economic activity and we get visitors to come and visit Rotorua, which we've actually, over the last 4 weeks, we've seen a fantastic number of visitors to our town. I think that will help mitigate and reduce that shortfall that's predicted. So it's generating that economic activity. We did talk about the fact that the ability to reduce costs in those areas. So take for example our regulatory function. There's the need to have a regulatory function and to keep those personnel and those people here for when they are needed, rather than reducing them and then trying to scale them back up when everyone in New Zealand. So there was a decision to retain those expertise and abilities, and we're actually seeing that the demand hasn't dropped as much as we thought, so it's probably a good decision not to try and reduce those. Third point, I guess, is it's the question of fees and charges, and it's something that we talk about every annual plan and every LTP, and about finding that balance of more user pays. And it's that challenge that we have in Rotorua around having more user pays and setting those fees at a good level versus leaving things affordable and accessible to our community, and in particular where parts of our communities are deprived, and ensuring therefore that the fees and charges for things like the aquatic centre or use of the library is not seen as a barrier to parts of our community. And that's that tension that we have nearly every annual plan cycle, and will form again probably a good discussion at LTP time in the next 6 months.
Councillor Kawate.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I don't know if this is a question for you, Thomas, or for the CEO, but during lockdown, we had a very good Zoom session with Peter Rice, Kei Kone aber, but long-time resident of London and an economist, and then we had Brad from Infometrics, and I found their session was absolutely great. And of course, we're not London, we're not the size of London, but I'm just wondering, are we, and it's really around predictions and forecasting and everything, and such an uncertain time, but are we still keeping in touch with them at this point in time? Because I know predictions is very hard and we're doing the best that we can, but I just thought we had their input at an earlier stage, and I wondered if there's any ongoing conversations that are being had to sort of give us some more guidance as and when required.
Through the chair, yes, the answer is most definitely yes, but we're also supplementing their input with Thomas. I think last week was, for example, in a Zoom hui with the Westpac economist. I attended a Zoom hui with the ANZ economist. So we're continually looking at the information that people providing as to how they see the trends emerging. And to be honest, I think what we're seeing at the moment is not a lot of change. There's still a view that at this particular time it's critical that council prepares itself for a recovery strategy. That's what the annual plan deliberations have been about. I think people are still saying that the future is very uncertain and very volatile. And to that end, I think Councillor Kai Fong's question earlier on about what can we do to try and recover revenue, the challenge is, of course, is that we can't forecast what the next 12 months are precisely going to entail. All we can do is to plan for different contingencies, and that's particularly what we've done in the annual plan, with provisions both to be flexible but to also potentially use our debt leverage around different activities within the plan.
Thank you. Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, Te Tia Mana, through you. Kia ora, Thomas, thank you for your report. Just one little question here under the heading Year-to-Date Performance Summary, just referring to the one-off payment associated with land for siting of wastewater stations. And there was some land, hasn't been sorted yet, but going to be sold to offset those costs. Just wondering if you could tell me what land that is.
So
Please.
there's a paper coming to SPNF next week with regards to seeking the declaration of surplus and disposal of an 11 hectare block on which was the site that council acquired early 2000s to site the wastewater treatment plant for Rotorua. However, due to the Environment Court and a whole other issues, we've gone down another path. And so as part of that, a payment was made, and the sale of this property will recover those funds. And so it's just a timing issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last question to Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to income from rental properties that council owns, has any of our clients been negotiating for a reduction or stopping the rent payments? I'm thinking of the likes of Palmers and Carters and that sort of thing.
Yes, a number of our tenants approached us, and we've come to arrangements with them on meeting their needs, and I understand they're all happy with those outcomes.
Well, thank you very much. We'll take a break now for lunch. Would you guys like 20 minutes or half an hour? 20? 20. All right, we will be back at 1 o'clock for those live streaming, and we'll take a short break now for lunch. There is lunch in the green room. Thank you, Thomas. I think you might be wrapped up there. All right, so now we have Gina Rangi coming in to overview the report for Mana Hautu Māori on page 21, I believe.
Tēnā tātou. My report's set out there, and really what we've tried to show is that there are some work programs that sit within Te Amorangi, but also we contribute across a whole range of other kaupapa and projects across council. So if there are any questions, I can take them.
Yes, Your Worship.
Pina, I just want to ask if you've been involved at all. I understand regional council setting up some sort of pan-tribal entity for economic recovery. Are we part of that? It just sounds really odd when we do things our way.
Certainly there has been involvement from council in terms of supporting where we can the Te Arawa COVID response. That's across a whole range of activities, I have to say. We're not directly involved in the regional council's establishment of their group, but certainly on a daily basis we're talking to Te Arawa groups and entities, including Te Arawa Lakes Trust, which is umbrellaed the Te Arawa COVID response.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Gina, is it possible that your group might assist with the resolution around the second cultural impact assessment at Tarawera to try and facilitate that process?
Yes, we've been involved in the Tarawera sewerage scheme proposal for some time now, including attending meetings of the community steering group, supporting both the first and the second cultural impact assessment, and ongoing engagement.
Thanks.
Were there any further questions for Gina? There appear to be none. Thank you very much, Gina. We now move to our strategy group manager. And we'll just take that report as read, and if there are any questions, Una will be answering them today. So that is still on page 21. Yes, Your Worship.
Could just bring attention to Councillor Yates being appointed to the Kauai Cemetery Trust Board. That is you are the first Māori woman to be on the Kauai Cemetery Trust Board from Whakaui, so well done. And we've also got a nomination to go to the Youth Justice site from Te Tata o Te Arawa, and I thank you for that, and Araya Keel, and that's fantastic. So we're widening our net of those that can be on other representative groups. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wang.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to have a brief comment about yesterday with the Rotorua Primary School and their bike track opening that the Mayor, Councillor Yates and I attended. And it was just so amazing to see the children running around, enjoying what a beautiful day it was, and the opportunities that it would provide them and the experience that it would provide them. We also went to Kaharoa School with their volleyball court opening, that they did receive some funding from the Neighbourhood Matching Fund, and they really appreciate it. They just wanted to put in their thanks for it. One question that I did have was regarding the Neighbourhood Matching Fund. I know that there is noted here that it's been reviewed, but how will that work with the our community fund and our recovery strategy?
Through you, Madam Chair. So I believe we have on the agenda for the August SPNF the criteria around that $1 million community fund. And part of that we'll look to review and talk about the other funds, and namely the Neighbourhood Matching Fund as well.
Yes, Your Worship.
I was going to bring it up in infrastructure report, but as to the primary school, the feedback from the trust, the Bikes Trust, was that the support with council for the Bikes and Schools program was second to none.
So it's just nice if you can feed that back to staff. They were so excited. Such a beautiful trek. Yeah.
There appear to be no further questions. Nope. So I now invite Jocelyn Mikaire to come up, and she will overview the operations group. Now this is from page 24.
Tēnā tātou. Just wanted to point out that we've changed the structure of the report just a wee bit and tried to shorten it up a little bit as well for your reading pleasure. So I'll assume you've had the opportunity to preview it and ask any questions.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Mr. Waru.
Tēnā anō koe. Kia ora through you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of the museum, I don't know, I haven't seen anything official out there yet, but has there been a director appointed?
Kia ora tātou. Yes, we have appointed a director, and we haven't released the name publicly as yet, but we did the appointment prior to COVID, and we're just waiting for the end of COVID to be able to bring that person on board, and they will be starting next week.
Kia ora, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question. Your Worship?
Yeah, just a question, and I'm asked quite often about this, and Rob Keithley might know the answer. The skateboard park, is that, when is that work going to be got underway? There's a very keen group that just are constantly asking when that will happen. They're so excited by what's happening in Quito Park, that's why.
Welcome, Rob.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We basically had put that on hold until we understood where the annual plan was going with the capital program. So we've done some preliminary work on ground geotech, and we're just waiting to see what happens. So as we understand where our capital program is likely to go forward from this point, then we'll be able to redirect that. The other thing too is that it did rely on a significant external funding component, and as you'll know, post-COVID, we've certainly had some roadblocks in some of that area, so we'll need to try and see how it sits in the whole funding landscape as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maxwell?
This one's on page 24 regarding Te Whare Taonga. Third bullet point, the geothermal activity under the south wing floor slab. Is it because the bore that was not under the big building, but the bore was kept, it created a problem there?
Kia ora. So we started recording some warming up of the foundations in the museum. So we had some extensive tests done to try and work out what was causing the slab to basically start to heat up. What we found was that one of our bores needed to be capped, and we needed to drill a new bore. So we've done that work, and that seems to have sorted that issue. We're not exactly sure what caused it. One of the reasons we think it might be is that the lake levels have been down, and so there's a general, and we haven't seen that in recent years. So we think that might be part of what it is. So, but we have got a new bore on board now, and the one that was there has been capped.
Very good to know. Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This goes through to page 30, does it? It was just probably since this report was written, the Pioneer mountain bike stage race rescheduled to April. So just last week, Madam Chair, due to the challenges of that we're facing through the pandemic, they've cancelled that race for the foreseeable future. So they're in the process of refunding to all competitors. Just to advise that on the upside, this week we had the team through from the Australasian Police and Emergency Services Games in March 22 looking at Rotorua facilities, including the stadium, the forest facilities, and even out to the Mead Road ranges. So they're very impressed with what they saw. So that's a bright green shoot for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, Councillor Donaldson. We go to Councillor Yates.
Kia ora, and through you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koe, Jocelyn. Ko he pātai tāku e pāna ki te tehi atu mea, and it is regarding our whare taonga, and it's just with regards to Rotorua, the use of Rotorua, and in particular, even though it's not noted in here particularly, there was something that Council put out the other day celebrating the $2 million that had come into the city for the roof. It was with regards to the Rachel Pool and the naming of the Rachel Pool in particular, which actually has a kupu, and the kupu is whangapipiro. So Ben will be able to help you, but if that could also be included, I think that's important. Kia ora.
Noted. We'll make sure that's included.
Thank you, and your worship.
Jocelyn, the recovery hui that we had about the welfare centre, I did pick up from, it was the Te Arawa network, that there were many houses in Rotorua that were not connected to, they were not digitally connected. And at some stage we're going to have to look at that so we get good cover, and I'm sure it will include the rural, but in the past we've only gone for black spot investment, but this seems to have shown that many houses don't have any connectivity at all. So it's something in the future that I think we need to look at. It's not really a CDM issue, but that was a very valuable tool during COVID, and it should be universally available.
That's something I'm happy to follow up and check into any other government-based strategies that might help us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jocelyn. Jocelyn, just following up on some operational matters, I think this was last year through Henry Weston when the council came up with a proposal that they were going to look at more powers to see how they could look at safe and sanitary buildings. Council's exercise, and this was a lot to do with a lot of buildings that had eaves that were probably hanging over and all. I'm just wondering when, if there was any, if anything's progressed in that, in terms of whether we've got any action plan ready now for us to ever see.
I'm just inviting Jason in, who's just noting that, so Jason is our Chief Planner, and
thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I can follow that up and report back on the next meeting if you'd like on that.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jocelyn. I just had a question about on page 25 towards the bottom, the building with the consenting activity. So will the building consent exemptions that will be coming forward a bit later on in the year, how will that affect us?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it is causing a little bit of uncertainty out there. It's anticipated it will be around August that will come in. What we don't understand at the moment, or we've got no visibility on, is certain buildings under 30 square metres, does that also exclude drainage, foundations, all of those things associated with it? So yes, it will impact. The team says it's not massively impacted on numbers, but yeah, that is the intent, is to reduce those consents that are less complex, just to say, get on and build it, but you still have to build it in accordance with the building code.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jason. Were there any other questions? There appear to be none. Thank you very much, Jocelyn and Jason. I now welcome Stavros Michael to overview his report from the Infrastructure Group, and we are now on page 30 for those looking. So welcome, Stavros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Madam Chair, I will leave the report largely as read. I do have 3 or 4 key points I would like to sort of elaborate a little bit on. One is the ongoing work we are doing with our partners NZTA with regards to strengthening our state highways. Last week, elected members received a report both representing our spatial plan aspirations and obviously the ongoing work we do with NZTA to ensure that the transport corridors are available to help that spatial plan. And I think the announcements that were made yesterday are just a significant component of that ongoing work with NZTA. I think it's also quite important to again highlight that both in the eastern side corridor, stage 1 and stage 2 of the works, the central corridor, the western corridor towards Nongotaha, probably got on the table at the moment somewhere in the region of $80 million investment made by government and NZTA into those corridors. Of course, that's not the end of the game for us. We want to continue to push for more and more. But again, if you compare to where we were about 2 or 3 years ago, we are now beginning to see the fruits of that collaboration we have with the government. The second element I want to touch base on is that we're still working on the Rotorua project. And I think that is progressing reasonably well, although we continue to encounter some challenges there with regards to the selection of the Rotorua pretreatment systems and obviously to navigate carefully and sensitively through challenges related to installing infrastructure through Maori land with multiple owners. And bearing in mind the challenging history of Rotorua and the Environment Code challenges we had back in a few years back, we are conscious of the fact that we need to overcome those resistance and that deficit of trust we used to have and work very carefully with all affected parties, and especially with Ngāti Pīkeo and the local mana whenua to ensure that we don't repeat mistakes of the past. The third element I wanted to touch base again is that as we spoke at a number of times, some of our wastewater treatment plant in city, it's of an old nature. We do have still some time to go before we hit a resource consent for an upgrade of the treatment plant. And therefore, we need to make every endeavor to ensure that the treatment plant in the city retains its reliability. And we are now in the middle of the process of installing some new equipment that's arriving from Italy, some dewatering presses. They're about $1.5 million worth of equipment that's specialized, and that equipment we had to make a special effort to make sure that it's compatible with the new design. We don't really want to spend that money at the moment only to be thrown away in 2 or 3 years' time. And therefore, we are working to install that equipment over the next 2 or 3 months, in addition to some membranes that are arriving from Suez in Australia, and also some improvements to the functionality of the plant that will be compatible with the new design. The other thing that we are progressing continuously, it is the due diligence to ensure that our water supplies meet water quality standards. This year, for the first time in very, very long time, the Council has managed to achieve ticks to all our water sources in terms of water quality. And we have installed UV treatment and permanent chlorination in all our systems. And for a number of years, this is the first year we have achieved full compliance with the water quality standards too. I think that's a quite important component into our infrastructure. And in view of the fact that only about a couple of weeks ago, I walked you through what we have done during the lockdown. I'm prepared to take any questions you may have regarding this report and can elaborate in more detail if you so wish. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Stavros. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Stavros, for your report. I noticed when the announcement was made regarding funding for the CIP projects that the expectation was they would commence within 12 months. And, you know, I sort of took that with a level of cynicism, I have to say, because I'm looking at your commentary on pages 30, 31 regarding the revocation of 30A and the potholes that were an issue a year ago, last winter. Of course, just, you know, at the stage where they just about gobbled up a mini again. So and I see that it still requires assessment by NZTA around the funding before when do we actually see, you know, work start on that actual work on the surface start on that project? Can you help us with that?
Yeah, it looks a little bit complicated sometimes, but you know, you would, Deputy Mayor Donald, so you would recall at the moment you've got a stage one of the T9 project, which is from Sala to Twiles Road, and you see all the cones and all the activity taking place there, and also you see the bypass road that has been constructed, you know, on the handpack. Now, from Sala all the way to Old Tapo Road is what we call State Highway 30A, and that is subject to the Central Corridor Evocation Project. We have just concluded a lot of design work with that work and the cost estimates, and the funding application goes to the New Zealand Board of Directors in September. The estimate is about $15 million, and we expect the funding to be allocated before the end of this calendar year, with works to start early in the new calendar year. That will connect basically the Sala-Tina intersection all the way to Old Tapo Road, and you will see that piece of work to take place. One of the things that I'm very firm about with regards to NZTA, and you have noticed the intersections of Fenton and Amohau Street and Amohau and Ranulph Street, you know, over the last few weeks have been resurfaced and resealed overnight. What I've said, I will not accept the revocation or handover of that state corridor without actually ensuring the structural rehabilitation of some components, which is the cause of this potholing, as you see. So we work with NZTA, the network operating contract of NZTA instead of the revocation component of the NZTA. But I would expect before we start work to convert that State Highway 30A into what we call a local arterial route, all these asset deficiencies will be addressed, you know, hopefully within the beginning of the new calendar year.
Yeah, thank you for that, Madam Chair. And just a slightly further comment on that one, because it's particularly bad from, as I'm sure you're aware, from Margarita Street through to where you turn into the wastewater treatment plant, which is also the new exit from Whakarewa club rooms. So, yeah, one would have hoped that they might have just squeezed a little bit of extra out of that project, just to chuck some hot mix over that bit at the same time. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Three simple questions, really. First one, we're seeing the upgrade to the street signage about the kilometres per hour. Why don't they also use the Rotorua? Because we use that for the entrance ways. So we saw the signs come down to take the 80 off, to put up 70, but do they never put the reo on a numerical sign? That's a simple one. Then I've got two more. Just seems a waste of time.
Well, regulatory signage across the country, it's standard. Although we've got our local, local parameters of terreo and biculturalism, and TA as a regulatory body, they need to follow national standards.
And I'll just ask Gina to comment on that as well.
If you ask our fluent tamariki what that number is, they'll tell you whitu te kau. They read it as in Māori.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll get there. The other question, yesterday's announcement sort of looked like the plan that we got given to us by NZTA at our last meeting. And now we've got that funding. What do we do next to get the airport roundabout? That really worries me. Well, that was roads, it was safety, and it was I thought it might be wrapped up in there. So what's our strategy, Stavros, about that?
Is there a third question to your worship so I can put them all together?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I think the announcement that was made yesterday, it's great. $55 million invested, and it's it's a significant input into a continuous program of, I suppose, trying to upgrade our infrastructure. There is still a little bit of ambiguity as to what that $55 million includes. I would suggest that from my knowledge of what the CIP projects we put forward, included somewhere in the region of about $12 million for stormwater improvements for us, for our bulk water and our stormwater. Also includes about $2-3 million to improve the site on local roads, the effects of improving TNI, which leaves about $40 million for TNI roads, which I think the airport roundabout should also be there. Tomorrow I'm meeting with the NZTA project manager, Simon Barnett, and we'll make some clarification of that. However, even if it's not in there, NZTA have made a commitment that the roundabouts, or let's say the intersection and entry point from the east into the city, it can stand alone on its own merits. So half of me probably hopes that this is not including the $55 million. We can get another $5 million to the roundabout in addition to that there too. Again, sort of people were asking me yesterday and today about the $55 million. How do we feel about that? And I think that's, I think as I said to one of my colleagues, this is time for thankfulness. This is $55 million we did not have, yesterday. And obviously that's a significant sort of progress forward in our, key objectives. However, at the same time, I think just it's quite important to let the elected members know that my engineer's hat now, while I'm elated and excited by the fact to get this investment, also sort of I begin to calculate the impacts of that investment. And you would notice from the presentation you had last week with regards to a special plan, the eastern catchment probably aims to develop somewhere in the region of 4,000 housing units. Now, 4,000 housing units means roughly another 2,500 cubic meters of wastewater, going through our existing network. Means another 2,000 cubic meters of drinking water to go through that. It means about 250,000 cubic meters of stormwater to be managed, on top of that. It means an additional 4,000 sets of wheelie bins to be installed and collected. So we do have some challenges ahead of us, and I think, with growth will come, significant opportunities and challenges for others too. But sort of, it is quite important to welcome the investment, but also to be cognizant of and be aware of what that extra loading will mean to our existing infrastructure. And of course, that is subject to our ongoing discussions as to what's the best way to manage it. So I think these are important elements, for all of us to keep in mind, because sometimes I equate that to the fact that we know our infrastructure has got some significant legacy problems. I was said to someone this morning that it's a bit like having a 5-story building that's sitting on foundations that don't meet earthquake standards, and we're putting another 2 stories on top of that. So now is the right time to think how to reinforce these foundations to make sure the building in totality doesn't come down in a heap. So I think these are challenges for us to address.
Which you've sort of alluded to, is the upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant. And for us, I see water was taken out. Some of the 2 waters infrastructure was taken out of the announcements yesterday. I don't know, but that gives us a little bit of hope that the wastewater treatment plant may yet be one of our 7 that was above the line.
Yeah, fingers crossed. As I said earlier, I think sort of, again, just to remind all of us, the wastewater treatment plant is a significant element of our core infrastructure.
Yeah.
And, without an upgrade of the treatment plant, it'd be very difficult to manage growth and manage the increasing demand, on our systems. And again, sort of briefly, just, around very quickly over the last 5 years since I've been up here and we've been working through infrastructure elements, obviously, you as a governance body, not necessarily, but the governance body will be changing. You have addressed a number of deficiencies and legacy problems with our infrastructure, from the landfill, environmental legacy, to our waste collections, to our roading, our stabilizations, to state highways, as you from NZTA. You created, 30 kilometers of highways and sheer paths. Our active modes of transport are increasing by almost 80% now since, they were 3 years ago. We're installing LED lights, and obviously we're addressing the legacy toxic relationship of Rotorua gradually. And all these sort of things are happening systematically through the set of infrastructure strategies you have approved and you have gradually implemented, going forwards. And the treatment plant and the wastewater services and the water supply, all these areas are elements of challenges that now we need to continue to address in a stable and systematic way.
Thank you very much, and I think that's a good conclusion to this discussion. We keep you there because we move on to Transport Functionality Corridor Review, which is on page 38. I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that the report Transport Functionality Corridor Review be received. Moved Councillor McPherson, seconded Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. I ask you to overview the report. Thank you, Stavros.
Presentation, Isa. The presentation goes in place. I will go fairly quickly through some of these slides because I'm cognizant of the long day you had in front of you. But I think just to remind elected members, we started around about this time last year with a key discussion of how the CBD is looking and what is the challenges we've got ahead of us to make sure the CBD remains or I suppose continues to act as a vibrant and livable inner city block. And again, the genesis of the discussion for the functionality was a question that can we now consider the function and the usefulness of the green corridor that was installed in 2014. And I think the answer at that point in time was to say, look, we need to look into how we want the CBD to function in the future with regards to transport corridors, and as a result of that, we will decide whether the green corridor is still relevant or not. And of course, you see in front of you that was the review goals. We went through again a recommendation for review was adopted by the council. Following from that, I would just have to consider against the background of the CBD. And one of the fundamental purposes of the central business district is to make sure that we can meet on an ongoing basis access to the CBD. People who want to come to the CBD for whatever reason, they need to have access, but also need to recognize that historically that access has been dominated by vehicle, by motor car. And obviously the important thing for a vibrant central city is to be a place where people can move freely and safely, and they can feel that they're into an attractive environment for all sorts of purposes, for business activity, for recreation, for entertainment, and so on. We started a few months ago following a process where we reviewed, through a number of workshops, we identified what the current problems are and potential solutions, and we developed some benefits map, because again, whatever we're going to do in the CBD, we aim to attract NZTA subsidy because it relates to accessibility, safety, and reliability. And NZTA got certain requirements, what we call business cases or investment logic mapping, to make sure that we comply with these requirements. So the key thing in front of you really is this map, which is not very great actually, but and I'll try to go very quickly through the on the left-hand side, on my left-hand side, the brown, corridors represents what we've got today. And on the right-hand side, where we have blue and yellow and some greens, represents what potentially could be. And there are a number of options for that. What we have today in the CBD are 3 or 4 corridors that are heavily dominated by vehicle movements. As a result of that, obviously some restrictions and some issues. So if you look into the codes in the middle, basically the brown chart says that the future functionality of these corridors could be a combination of or any set of these kind of attributes. The brown basically represents a main street where traffic continues to dominate. Blue is an activity street where access is very important, but also an enhanced emphasis on safety is enabled. If you look into Fenton Street on the left-hand side and Amohir Street on the right-hand side and Arawa Street and Amohouse Street on the north and south, you'll find that these corridors carry a significant volume of traffic, somewhere between 12 and 20,000 vehicles a day, and therefore we cannot choke the traffic, but at the same time we have to make sure people are able to move freely and safely through that process.
Hey, Stavros, just for councillors, this is on your Stella as well, if you need to see it up close. Thank you.
But you also talked about, as elected members of this council many times, of the possibilities of the central spine of the CBD, the Tutanikai roads, to be converted into options either fully pedestrianised, partially pedestrianised, or traffic calmed to make it like a really heart of the city. So we put all these options together and we allocated for each option a set of benefits and considerations. And the whole idea from now on is develop 3 options. One is to say, well, we do nothing, we leave it as it is. 2 is to do some interim interventions where we address some accurate and acute sort of areas of pedestrian and cyclist safety. And the third option is actually to embark into whole-scale reconfiguration of the functionality of those corridors in a way that will make the CBD a lot more attractive for the future function of the CBD. And again, that includes those options, like for example, in Tutanikai Street, the option of full pedestrianization or one-way system, or remaining as a sort of sheer, fair space. Whatever we'll decide in the future, there will be trade-offs. If, for example, in Tutanikai Road, street, we say, well, it's going to be fully pedestrianized, you cannot allow vehicles in it, and therefore you can't have parking in it. So be a trade-off against that. You can compensate that by actually removing the green corridor and compensate some of that loss of car parking with reintroducing car parking in those areas here too. On the other side, you can make Tutanikai Road into a one-way street, either entry from the south and exit to the north, or vice versa, which means you use the one lane left, to continue to be used for outdoor activity or to retain the parking, in the Tutanikai Street. So all these options are in your reports, and again, sort of, as I said, the primary consideration here is to address known problems and issues, to support the CBD to, as a thriving place, to improve the people's capacity to move around the street, and to provide a better balanced transport system with options that reduce the need to travel in single occupancy vehicles. I think it's quite important to note that in 2014, we did not have our Skyway network. Since then, we have developed almost 30 kilometers of sheer paths from the south, the west, east, and the north of the CBD that connects people into the CBD if they want to come, through there. So these are the 3 options. We have some rough, high-level estimated costs. Those costs need not be incurred as one go. It can be done in a gradual way. But again, the purpose of this development of the business case is to make sure we attract the 55% NZT subsidy. Whatever option we decide, we can expect there will be a 55% financial subsidy for that. And again, sort of the overwhelming approach, we think it's going to contribute to a more residential type of CBD where there is a mix of apartments and recreation activity and cafes and restaurants and outdoor activity. It is where we're maintaining Fenton Street, Amo Hill Street, Arawa Street, and Amo House Street as our main traffic corridors for access. But we do some reconfiguration of Tutanikai Street and with the adjacent roads, both to be either local streets, or civic spaces. And I gave the definitions in the report, but in simple terms, basically means a place where people take dominance over vehicles. And as a governance body, you will have to make some balanced decisions at some point in time to say how much you can trade off, a more convenient and safe environment versus the dominance of the vehicles. But, we will come to that point in time when a recommendation is made. And again, you will see in front of you here some schematics or representations. For example, Fenton Street could be configured as an activity street where we have a significant sort of landscaping, changes, where we have formalized pedestrian crossings and public transport stops to allow people to feel that they are part and parcel of a bigger sort of living environment. Again, this is an example of the areas between Eruera, Hinemoa, and Tutanikai to the north, near the East Street, where it becomes a civic space and where you have wider footpaths, you've got outdoor activity, you've got formalized raised pedestrian crossings and so on, and to make the area feels like an outdoor living space. And again, there's another schematic, onto the north, which says, well, you could sort of, widen and exclude traffic in some areas, and therefore you can have a lot more outdoor activity. For example, restaurants and cafes can have, seats and tables outside. And again, that is where you can see Tutanikai Road acting both as a sheer path with lower speed limits, perhaps some reduced parking, but also to create some public transports and formalized pedestrian crossings for people to feel, comfortable to navigate, in and out of the city. Sorry, I think that's the last one. So the intention at the moment, as you can see in the report, is that the initial intention was actually pre-COVID-19, was actually to go for consultation for these options to get the community feedback. Post COVID-19, as you know, the business sector have got together and they're thinking about the business nature of the CBD in the future. And we think at the moment, what we are asking you to do is to say, look, recognize these options. We embed these options into the business sector's considerations and merge them all together so the business sector can have a view as to how they would like the CBD to be developed, for the future, and then we consult as one single package instead of a traffic, component package. So that is where we're at the moment. I think we've got a significant sort of early engagement with some stakeholders, but obviously needs a little bit more community input and feedback to make sure we come back to you with some firm recommendations. And obviously that will be part and parcel of your LTP considerations. One of the things that we wanted to highlight, to be faithful to your initial instructions. Do nothing means our scope to remove the green corridor is a bit limited. Option 2 and option 3 allows us to remove the green corridor because obviously we've got external connectivity, and by reducing speed limits, reconfiguring the road space in a way that is more safe and convenient to the public, says that anyone can move anywhere with a relative degree of safety, and we don't need the green corridors anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stavros. Your Worship.
The inner city group that have views that were quite exciting too. And there's a sort of cross, as you suggested, that their views come in. But I feel too it should go out again I'd rather do it once and do it right, get the community input as well. That's the business group last night. That's not the wider community. And I think that would be a really good thing for us to do. And I know we put the Green Corridor in because we got that money. And I think you learn iteratively about urban design and urban development and the footprint. And so I quite like the rationalisation of the two and then take it out again. I'd even rather wait a year and get something back that the community's excited by, medium to long term, and we can live with it. It's a bit of a morph of both. Because I heard Raj this morning talking about, it sounded like the orbiter to me. Last night we heard about the Whakariwariwa approach done. There's some exciting thoughts there that all need to be rationalised. For me, it's not just the Green Corridor, and then it is the housing plan as well with the inner city. So,
Your Worship, I think sort of, and again, this is a purely subjective comment I will make here. With our interactions and discussions with the sector and various stakeholders, I think we think that the emerging view is that the CBD needs to evolve more towards the residential living associated with recreation and cafes and restaurants and so on. And you will see probably more and more boutique type of, retail rather than the common, $2 shop, and so on. But in order to do that, also we need to have a balanced approach which says people can access the CBD with a vehicle if they want to. It is no secret that our public transport patronage in Rotorua is declining for the last few years. And I think we are another thing I know, we are working now with the regional council and we impress upon them that we need a new blueprint for our public transport. But if public transport will also be used as a means to access the CBD and live the CBD, then we need to review where there are bus stops, where are the appropriate shelters, are the appropriate security for people. If we want people to use our shared paths to cycle or using mobility scooters to come to the city, you have to make it convenient and safe for them. But at the same time, as you say in this report, private vehicles will not go away. Private vehicles will be there, even if we have all electric vehicles in a few years' time. The convenience of the private vehicle will be there. So we need to find the right balance. I don't exactly know what the right balance is, but actually involving the community and getting their feedback and getting their input into that will help you and us make a more concerted and more sort of, I suppose, realistic decision as to which option we want to follow.
Councillor Yates.
Kia ora, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Stavros. It's quite exciting to look at what this, the prospect of what this offers. My question, and it's raised by a bit of concern around safety. So currently we have the Hinemwa to Tanakai intersection, which is in essence Te Manawa. Already I've observed a number of cars that don't adhere to speed limits or even pedestrian mindfulness. So safety is still a concern there. And if that's a test bed to what might come, reducing speed limits, I'm still a little bit apprehensive, I suppose. So can you give us a little bit more assurance? Because one of the key things that comes out for me is greater communication.
Reducing, you would see a trend across the whole country at the moment with central business districts, not just the country, internationally, where speed limits are reduced to an appropriate level. I think it's a fact that if you move at 30 kilometers per hour and you hit a pedestrian, chances of survival are at 80%. If you move at 50 kilometers per hour and hit a pedestrian, the chances of survival is less than 30%. So that's without question. So speed limit reductions are quite important. Appropriate and formalized pedestrian crossings have to be made. And as I said earlier, if we're going to use, and I don't want to preempt the decision, but if, for example, to Tanakai Street will be given more dominance to pedestrian movement and more, and mobility scooters and cyclists and so on, we can and we have to engineer those intersections, of side streets who interact with, Tutanekai Street in a way that a driver understands very clearly and got physical evidence that are entering into a space where pedestrians and cyclists and vulnerable people are the priority. And that could be in the form of raised ramps, it could be in the form of, of what they call threshold treatments, which are physical treatments, so people can understand it. At the same time, I think you will find a lot of people who says, I want to drive onto Tutanekai Street and park outside or near the shop I want to shop. So the preservation of parking capacity is also a significant consideration. However, access and safety don't need to be mutually exclusive. They can coexist provided you have the right regulations behind it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Stavros. Through the chair. Thank you, Stavros. This is very interesting indeed. And I note the evolutionary nature of your thinking. You've looked at the past and you're trying to sense a way forward. And I like the distinctions between the vehicle or areas where the vehicles have dominance, areas roads like Amahia, Arawa, Fenton and Ranolph. They currently serve as major access routes. There's a lot of fairly rapid transit going on, but at the same time, to gradually introduce residential stroke pedestrian dominant areas around Te Manawa, Tutanekai, sections of Tutanekai, Eruera, Henimoa, Pukaiatu and Haupapa. And I bring, as I was reading it, I brought to mind two things. One, in Napier, when they've reduced them down a single lane to largely, but not completely pedestrianise areas, they've put in a curved road, a weaving road where it's marked. And that allows for that shared space to be used fairly safely, I understand, particularly for deliveries from trucks and so on. That was one idea. And the second one is that this set of ideas will be accelerated or retarded depending on the extent to which our planning and consenting processes can be more easily complement or facilitate the development of the central area. So my question is, if we start to, as I'm starting to, move towards an early position of supporting option 2, can we at the same time modify our planning consenting processes to match that development? Because that is a major impediment at the moment. But first and foremost, thank you for the thinking. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I think, I totally agree with you. I think modifying the road without actually modifying our, what we call the building environment, and the types of activities you want to see in there too, it will be counterintuitive. I think we need to match how we want the road corridors, to behave in alignment with the regulatory functions or planning functions and to do it. And one of the reasons I said, because initially the instructions of the council was to do functionality to see if we can remove the green corridor. Now it's post-COVID-19, and of course, an extensive discussion has taken place about the vitality and the, the activity in the CBD. And as you correctly say, that we need to look at it in a bigger picture. And the reason we're suggesting to embed it into that thinking process is actually to give us a better direction. How can we integrate, that thinking together? You suggest, option 2. I mean, at the same time, this could be an evolutionary process. You start use some slow, limited interventions in some areas, but as long as those interventions are not abortive, in the near future, they are consistent with the big picture you have in mind. But again, I would like the business sector and the wider community to have a say about that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurd, followed by Councillor Kaifong and then Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to ask a question, Stavros, so bear with me for a moment. There's 3 options in front of us, but I think we're paralysed by the lack of a clear plan for the CBD per se. We heard a brilliant presentation last night from Greg and his team, and I think I heard Your Worship say something along the lines that never miss the opportunity contained within a disaster, or words to that effect. And I think we have such an opportunity right now with COVID. This issue of CBD revitalisation has been around for 20 plus years, and whilst we talk, the city continues to degenerate. As recently as yesterday, I had one of our members approach us with a vast bucket of money wanting to invest in residents establishing inner city living facilities in Rotorua, and they were saying to me, shall we build terrace houses, shall we build transitional houses, shall we build apartments, what do we want, and by the way, where shall we build it? And they're already out there looking to buy more than one property, several, with real estate agents. I was unable to answer that question because I don't believe we have a clear vision of what we want to do as a community. And I think the time is now, with COVID, to take the hard decisions and make that call. We have a group working on this. They've come through with a brilliant plan. We have discussions in council, but we tend to work in pockets. And I think it's time for everybody to join hands with this, make the hard decisions. There's going to be winners and losers. But if we want the investment to come in, people are not going to put it in whilst they are still doubtful about what our plan is and don't understand what the plan is. So my question is, do we have the courage to make that plan?
Look, thank you, Bryce. I think sort of we are working in tandem with our planning, team and JP with the strategic, the sort of housing to create that kind of framework. Again, this is a strictly personal point of view. I think the council is no reason at all why we cannot have an integrated planning which says that we would like to see more residential apartment style of, blocks in here too. But if I can borrow some of my own personal experience back in Wellington in the early 90s, Courtney Place, Allen Street and Blair Street, Torrey Street, they were a sorry state of warehouses, and rubbish, and at that point in time, we've decided to create Courtney Place, the street. We invested some money into the streets, the wider footpaths, Allen and Blair Street and so on. And for some reason, one warehouse was converted into a bar, and above the bar there were 2 apartments, and then suddenly you could see all these people sort of following, following through. We can only control to some degree the things we can control. We cannot control property owner number A willing to develop or willing to sell their property to allow some development. But if we create a public space, the public domain, that is going to be consistent with the view, the objective having the future, obviously we're contributing that to that degree. I don't think it's black and white issue. I think it's going to be a concerted effort by everybody who's involved into that. But I agree with you. People need to have a picture, but some degree, we are a council, we control the public domain. We cannot control everything that goes into private property.
Thank you. And there was a good question, so I'll just ask our Chief Executive to provide some further comments of it.
It is an interesting question, and as I understand it, is that the question is, is the council brave enough? What's going on in behind the scenes at the moment is obviously ongoing discussions with the inner city sector group, and what JP will be standing up will be a group which will actually further a lot of the design work and intent, which will then be used as the basis for further consultation, is actually what's been discussed. I think what will come back is probably, I would suspect, when I've heard the inner city sector group's discussion, a fairly bold plan as to changing the fundamental way our inner city works, looks and feels. And what I heard last night, both in the presentation and later discussions, is the desire from inner city building owners for council to do that. Of course, the challenge will be coming back to council is that that's not going to be without significant investment. And of course, that's where the challenge will become about where that will sit, and ultimately the decision will be yours as to make or to guide as to the priority of that investment and the direction of it.
And can I just clarify as well, in the recommendation before us, we're just noting the recommendations of the review, and then that will be incorporated into the next steps of the inner city revitalisation strategy, which will be brought back to us. So no final decisions yet, but it is a wonderful concept. Thank you, Stavros. Now we'll do last questions from Councillor Kaifong and then Councillor Kumar.
I think, Madam Chair, you've just probably clarified what I was going to just ask, and it was also just following on from what Mr. Hood was saying, is that, we heard last night that, more work needs to be done around the CBD, so is it slightly premature to be going out to consult just around this and then spending money on it and then having to redo or repurpose or retract from what we were doing? So maybe just do it once, do it right, do it well, and I would prefer that approach than a piecemeal, let's do this, and then if that doesn't work, we'll go back and consult and do something else. So that's my...
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros. Stavros, having a look at all three options over here, I'm sure that the sector group was privy to have a look at this while they were trying to sort of culminate and go future-proof where we were going to go. I think when we went on tour earlier, I did speak to, that was early or late last year, when we were going up to the city focus and all, did speak to JP with regards to, getting to my question is with regards to pedestrianising, there was that. I think it would have just come with the consultation from actually the city businesses first, but just because you were involved with Wellington as well, are they dismantling Manners Mall type pedestrianising concept now, or is that now that type of concept doesn't suit them but suits someone like us in Rotorua? And the other thing is that my question earlier to Jason was with regards to safe and sanitary building, was probably coming to this. Are we, as Councillor Sandra Kaifong has mentioned, going to do something and do it well? So are we going to have unsafe buildings as well while we're trying to sort of beautify and move forward, spending millions on dollars, but still have all these eyesores around?
Stavros, you don't need to answer that. It's very simple. The answer is no. We won't have unsafe buildings while we're throwing around millions. That's certainly not what is before us today. But we note your points, Councillor Kumar. Thank you. Well, that concludes this session. Thank you very much, Stavros. I will ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion. Moved Councillor Donaldson, seconded Mrs. Rothwell, that the committee notes the recommendations of the review, which will be incorporated into the next steps for the inner city revitalisation strategy. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, so we move to page 51 now, which is the LGNZ remit. I ask for a mover and a seconder for the motion that the report LGNZ remit promoting 4-year electoral cycles for central and local government be received. Moved Councillor Okawa-Tate, seconded Ms. Bray. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Now I'll just ask Una to overview the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I thought I'd just take a minute really just to sort of explain the process around LGNZ remits. So this is a process that happens annually in the lead up to the LGNZ conference, and councils can put forward items towards the agenda. In order to get onto the LGNZ AGM agenda, there needs to be 4 or 5 other councils in support of the issue that you are putting forward. The one in front of you today around promoting a 4-year electoral cycle actually came forward to LGNZ from 3 other councils, so it immediately made it onto the AGM. And the process that we run here in RLC is that we bring forward to you the remit that we have either put forward or that we intend to support other councils in, so that the delegates that are speaking on behalf of this council at the AGM know what the remit is and have the support of the council to support that remit going forward. This year on the AGM there is 11 remits, and if anybody wishes to read all of those, I have a full copy if anybody does wish to read them. But What we're seeking today is support for this remit in order that those delegates at the LGNZ conference can speak in support of it. Thank you.
Trina, comments or questions from your worship?
Yeah, could I just speak to that for new councillors? This was a remit that we put forward, took it to Zone 2, which is the right process, got support from Zone 2, and now other councils have also come in with a very similar remit. So this one would go forward with our support. It doesn't mean it happens. Once remits are passed at conference, they're picked up by local government council, and then they're taken through to the heads of government for ministers to consider. So some will get passed and some aren't. Some get chucked out, but this one goes forward.
Thank you for explaining that. Councillor Kawate.
Thank you. I understand that our conference this year has been postponed until July of next year. I suppose everybody knows that. Yeah, so that's okay. But this is still relevant. At some stage it'll get on the agenda. I suppose we can't uncouple the fact that it's central. We're suggesting both a 4-year cycle for both central and local, because one's 1 year and the other's next year. So do we have any influence? I mean, the fact that we can recommend to ourselves, but we're also putting a central government into this as well.
Yeah, well, they are. Most of our remits go through, whether it's animal control or voting and the Constitution, they go through anyway and involve law changes through DIA. So they all end up at the government table. They don't come back to us. And this one, when we researched this with Dr. Mark Reid at LGNZ, it was his suggestion that this was probably better to actually support that government look at a 4-year term, and then we fall in with a 4-year term behind, and elections 2 years for local government and then 2 years later for central government, and the rationales in there. So that's how we framed it with his technical advice, and the research paper sort of says it all about where we've tried in the past.
Asked a supplementary, and I'm not quite sure who would know this, perhaps you would, Your Worship, but is there any appetite from central government to move to 4 years? Because
there always is, actually, whether it's a good government or a bad government, really. They're as frustrated about a 3-year term, but they don't want to choose it. It's a bit like choosing your own salary. It looks bad. So if it comes from the local government sector, it's seen as a bit of a prod, and any incoming government just picks it up and considers it. They don't have to support it. So it's got several steps to go through after we get it through our council, our LGNZ council.
I think Councillor Donaldson wants to add to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I just speak in support of the remit, and why I say that especially is that having sat through the last set of submissions and deliberations on the Regional Land Transport Plan, following a change of government and waiting for a new government policy statement on transport, it was just impossible to arrive at a set of priorities that aligned with what was going to come out of that government policy statement. So having central government elections straight after local government elections, and then try and do your planning at the same time as potentially there's a change of government and new policy settings are coming in, is impossible. It just doesn't work and nothing gets done. And so I think this is a hugely wasteful situation for local government and for New Zealand Inc. So I am strongly in support of the 2 elections being 2 years apart, each 4-year terms. And I'm happy to move too.
It actually has to go to a referendum anyway.
Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, te teo mana. Kai te tautoko I ngā kōrero. I think it's more of a reasonable time frame, and this is coming from, this is my personal view anyway. I tautoko that whakaaro kia whātau. But my question is actually, so if it did go through, what's the time frame for the legislative stuff for change to happen?
We don't make that change. The recommendations that go through conference,
then go to the relevant minister. This would be the Minister for Internal Affairs because of the election cycle, and it would probably end up in a referendum bucket, actually.
No.
Yeah, so this is years ahead. So you're really talking about saying now there's a time to look at it, look at the cycles, look at productivity, look at downtime, look at waste of money. So this just starts that.
Get the ball rolling. Yeah. I just want to add to it too, just to remind this council, because the Te Aroha Partnership elections in the agreement has to align with the elections of the council. So that's why I'm asking. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor, followed by Councillor Maxwell.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just wanted to second the motion.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor Bentley. And we'll take one last comment from Councillor Maxwell.
I'll be brief. I know I'm very supportive, and I think this is a good report. It really covers everything, and the fact that I think there have been moves in the past that weren't successful, but I think it's a whole changing time now. Supportive.
It's changing time, but this has been on the table for a long time, so it's good to see it come through, and I certainly support it too. Now, we have a mover and a seconder, so I'll read it out. That the committee recommends that council support this remit that will be submitted at the LGNZ AGM, which is on the 21st of August 2020, as part of a multi-council remit. We have a mover and seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Well, that moves us into our public excluded session. So I'll just advise that there are two items for consideration in public excluded session. Number one, to approve the confidential minutes of the previous meeting held on the 4th of June 2020. And number two, the extension of contract 18-034, which is development. Now, the reasons for going into confidential to note are to prevent disclosing a trade secret and commercial sensitivity. So I ask for a mover. Moved Councillor Okawatate, seconded by Mr. Hurd. All those in favour that council move into public excluded session, please say aye. Against? Carried. I don't think we have any members of the public, so we'll just wait 1 minute while we switch off all the live streams. And thank you for bearing with us for a rather long and lengthy